It's 12 years since I first posted my introduction to Kanjira video here on YouTube, and it's had more than 250,000 views. I'm very pleased with that, and now is the time to add some new videos on the Kanjira. I think I need to go a lot deeper into the instrument and also follow up some of the stuff that's on my Kanjira book on Hudson Music. Now, the emphasis of the Kanjira book was really taking the Kanjira out of the traditional idiom of South Indian music and looking at it as more of a groove-based instrument for people who wanted to play it in, Western music or jazz or whatever contemporary music outside of the Indian idiom. Now, it's an absolutely amazing drum. There's a fairly detailed introduction in the video that I mentioned, and I'll link that below. But I'm going to recap here, and I'm going to look at in a little bit more detail at the drums, tuning, what sort of drums you can buy, what's available, all of the things that you kind of need to get started on the Kanjira and get some basic grooves and things happening on the instrument. And I'm also, as time goes on, I'm going to look at some more traditional applications and some of the different compositions. It's a very involved system. And what's interesting about Kanjira is, it's a very involved system, but the Kanjira is a very, very simple drum. It's a simple single-skinned instrument, with a single jingle. It's a pretty cool and straightforward drum, and yet incredible virtuosity and complexities are played on this instrument. Besides some great groove stuff and it's got an amazing low tone. It's a very, very cool drum. Now, there are a lot of options available nowadays to get a Kanjira. Now, traditionally, this is an actual traditional South Indian Kanjira. It's got monitor lizard skin. It's very thin. It's got a single jingle here, and very simple one piece of wood shell. So traditionally, as I said, this is monitor lizard, but now in India the use of monitor lizards on drums is forbidden because it's an endangered species. So it's very, very hard now to get a traditional instrument, and it's illegal to take, I think it's illegal to make them actually, but it's definitely illegal to take a Kanjira out of the country if it's got monitor lizard skin on. So they use different skins sometimes now. They're nowhere near as good as the monitor lizard skin. The monitor lizard skin really is the one. Now, what's confusing for a lot of people is that, when you hear the Kanjira played, there's a lot of bass end on it. And yet, when you get the traditional one in your hand, kind of sounds more like that. So there's the first problem. So tuning, if you do have a traditional drum, whether it's monitor lizard skin or whether it's goat skin or whatever sort of animal has been chosen for the application onto the drum, one of the important things about Kanjira is the tuning, and tuning it on stage is a little bit problematic because you need to apply water to the drum to make the pitch go down. So what you need is you just need a little tub of water like this. There's not much water in there, and what you do is you just stick your fingers in there and you flick it into the drum like that. So here we got the drum. Going to flick some water in onto the head. Not much, it's just a little bit on your fingertips, and then you rub it in. You rub it into the head, all around the head, and a little bit more. You don't need a lot. And then immediately you're going to hear the pitch going down. You hear that? It's slowly coming down. Now, this is not a brilliant drum actually. This has got I'll talk about the jingles in a while, but it's not got very good jingles. It's it's not a very good drum, but it would suffice to demonstrate the pitch going down. So you hear that already. Hear how much that's gone down. And you can gently squeeze it like that. Immediately. You can hear how rubbish the jingles are. Now what I'm going to do is demonstrate, because if you put too much water on, I'm just going to put loads of water on and you'll see what happens. It's just going to go low and low and low, and it will become completely unusable. Immediately unusable, actually. So that dries out pretty quickly, but obviously if you've only got one drum on stage, then that's a little bit awkward. So generally speaking, Kanjira players will have 2 or 3 instruments at different stages of moisture to you know, have one ready when they need. When one goes too low, if they've put too much water in, or you know there's too much humidity in the hall or whatever. You know, it's coming up a little bit already. So yeah, so that's that. Quite an impractical drum, and definitely if you are a you know, multi-percussionist and you just want to pick up a drum, then that is, you know, can be pretty awkward, frankly. So there's a lot of options now. There's a lot of choices available. For some years, Remo have had their amazing Kanjira, which you know, I've always loved, and it's not because I endorsed Remo for so many years. It is actually a brilliant drum. It's one of the best things they made. That and one of their Pandeiros, which was amazing. Now, what's interesting about this, and I'm going to show you 2 different Remo drums to see how the different tuning works. Now, this drum, and other companies make tunable Kanjiras. Cooperman, Majid Drums make one. There's a few different companies that make Kanjiras. So actually getting hold of a tunable Kanjira is with artificial skin is now an easy option, and they do sound really good. So it's definitely worth it. And certainly in terms of being practical on stage, you can immediately pick the drum up and play. And it's just really great. It's a really great drum. So obviously it's exactly the same as the traditional drum. Single skin, single shell. The difference is that you can see inside, you know, we have the small rim here that pushes out against the head. So you can tune it by using Allen key. You can see an Allen key slot there, so you put Allen keys into the shell like this, and tune it, and you can tune it up or down. Now, one of the things with Remo Kanjiras, and you've got to be ideally test it before you buy it. So if you buy it online, you know, generally speaking, you're going to be all right, but sometimes they don't go low enough. So that's something to be aware of. It's the way that so here you've got the rim at the top inside that pushes up through. So the Allen key goes through the shell and pushes that inner rim up against the thing. So when they put the heads on, that inner ring has to be slightly tensioned by the Allen keys. Otherwise, it's right the way down on the actual main shell. So that means if the head's tensioned in that position, it can't go any lower. And so ideally you get one that's been made where they haven't done that, where the inner rim has been pushed away, tuned by 2 or 3 turns on the Allen key, then the head's put on, and then there's scope to tune it down. So that's one of the manufacturing issues that did come up. I don't even know if they still make them, to be honest. I mean, I assume they do. No one else has come up with anything, you know, anything as good as this. It looks good, you know, it's just a brilliant drum. So jingle is the next topic. So we can see here we have the jingle. Now this jingle, this is the better. Notice how, in comparison to the other drum, the jingle's very tight. Now with this drum, and you can hear It's really gone low now. There you go. Look, to get the sack on a gig for that. So you can't even hear the jingle on that because you know, but you can hear it's just with just the close stroke how it's not really doing much that's worthwhile. So one of the important things about the jingle, and you can't really change it, but it's the depth of the depth of the hole is very important. So you can see that I've got extra jingles in there, and in fact then they're not actually jingles. What they are is small Japanese coins. So they make the best Kanjira jingles. Like the traditional players use them, pretty much everyone, because those Japanese coins have a hole in the middle, so you can just slot them in. And for me, with the Kanjira from Remo, 3 coins is the perfect amount, and then you get you get a really good. You can hear that, just a very tight jingle sound. Very cool. So that's one thing. Change the jingle. Sometimes, you know, you have to get some pliers and kind of get the thing out. I mean, I always wanted it to be that you could screw it out, but I don't know. Maybe this one is. I don't know. No, it's not. Yeah. So that's the makeup of the drum. You'll tune it with the Allen keys. It's a single head. You know, pretty straightforward. Now, if you listen to this drum, just listen to the open tone where it's can go a little bit lower with this drum, but it doesn't take it so well. But if we take this drum here, so this was my main performing drum. Now you see I've got the internal mic in there, so we'll just let that hang down for now. But you'll hear how this is really the sound. So with the mic in there, I have a mic inside the drum. You get a really fat sound. Now this is, you'll have to excuse the look of this drum because it's covered in tape, and you know, it's very much a gigging drum. But I can show you the microphone. Yeah, so you can see it's held in. What I've used is they're those curtain hook sort of things that are like question mark shape, and you screw them into the shell, undo them a bit, and then put the mic in, and then bend them round, and it holds in place. And you can kind of see it there. Now this is Audio Technica saxophone mic, I think, because saxophone has a lot of different, you know, low end and high end, and it's got a big range, and so this mic does really well for the Kanjira because it gets the lows and the highs. Now you can see, if you look here, this end, I've taken all of this is where all the clip was that you clip onto the saxophone. I've taken all of that off, so I've just got this thing. It looks, I mean, it's you know, it looks pretty tatty, but it works brilliantly. And so that's a good way to mic the drum. And then you just, of course, you just have have that in, you can travel easily with it. And one of the good things about that, if you've got like a multi setup, is that you've got an extra mic. If you put that on your percussion table, you know, up, you know, just up like that, you know, so it's open. So you've got the mic then, an extra mic that you can go over with sound effects, and because it's the Kanjira and you've sound checked it pretty hot, it's, you know, it's going to be a really good additional mic for certain things that you might want to do. You could also turn it up the other way and balance it on something, and you can get some notes. You can play brushes on it. So it's a pretty cool thing. Now this is really tatty. This is like, I mean, this has been all over the world with me like 20 times at least, and Heath Robinson, but it's a brilliant thing. You can't really, I don't like the idea of having a Kanjira on stage and just putting it down when it's not protected. You might put it on some bits of percussion or something and the head might get damaged. So I tend to always have this little cover. It just goes on the drum, and you can see it just kind of velcros round and seals on. So then you've got like a cover that's attached to the drum. So that's a pretty cool thing. Now, traditionally, obviously this drum comes from South India. It's used in Carnatic classical music, but that's only a very recent thing. For many years, the Kanjira was and still is a folk instrument across the whole of India in very different guises, different designs, but pretty much this idea of a single jingled, single shell drum played with one hand and the pitch is bent with the other is very common in folk music across the whole of India. Now, there was an amazing artist called Hari Shankar, Harishankar, who came onto the scene, I think probably the 70s, I'm not sure exactly when, and he took the Kanjira to the classical state. He was that good. Kanjira was never a classical instrument in South India. It was ghatam, tawil, mridangam. They were the morsing, the jaw harp. They were the main, components of what they call the Tani Avatram, the percussion group. And then Hari Shankar came along, and literally, it's like making the didgeridoo an orchestral instrument for virtuoso soloists. That's how amazing it was, because before, everything that happened on the Kanjira for folk thing was all sort of rhythms like this, really simple, very effective and sounding great, but very simple sort of rhythms. And Hari Shankar came along and just completely reinvented the instrument. It's pretty incredible, actually. And since then, sadly, Hari Shankar is no longer with us. He died at a very young age. But a total genius. In fact, probably my favourite percussionist in my whole life, actually. He's completely, totally, literally unbelievable. It's like he's been beamed down from Mars as this superhuman percussionist, just completely different planet, literally. So Hari Shankar, do look out for him. His recordings and stuff. There's not that much online, but he's left a huge legacy. An amazing, lots of amazing students that have come out of it that are kind of doing that style. So it's a pretty amazing thing to look out for. So then that got transposed into the classical arena. A lot more technique. Compositions were compositions from mridangam and ghatam and different instruments were then transposed onto Kanjira. So it became a virtuosic hand drum in the South Indian classical arena under its own steam. So it's pretty amazing. Now, it's also a very, very effective drum. It's the only hand drum, like small hand drum, that if I'm mic'd well, I'm happy to do a duo with a drum set player or even a really loud drum set player, because it can project and it can be so in your face, can be so powerful. It's a great drum to have on board. And even learning just the basics of the instrument is very, very useful for even if you're a drum set player and you want to have some extra flavors in the studio, for example, this is the type of thing that will be so effective. And what I'm hoping to get across in these lessons I'm going to put up is a direct and simple way that you can get immediately into some action on the Kanjira. So we're going to start with some, obviously if you've seen the introduction from 12 years ago, then you'll know that I did some basic explanation of strokes and a couple of basic patterns. And, I'd suggest that you go back and also check that video out, because it will also be useful hand in hand with this one. When you're kind of improvising and talking about instruments like this, sometimes, you can bypass things or forget things, or, and so theoretically with both, there will be a lot will get covered. So just to recap, it's a very simple instrument. Really, there are two sounds on it, effectively. You've got the open tone and you've got the closed tone. And so really it's a matter of working out combinations of those two in ways that can work to create, you know, simple rhythms and you know, maybe embellishments and different rhythmic decorations. So before we get to a couple of simple little patterns, first of all, let's just recap on the strokes and the holding position. So there are a number of considerations here. Various angles of the drum. This is a recap, so this is all included in the other introduction video, but basically this is the first angle, this is the second angle, and this is the third angle. So all of these need to be considered. So firstly, the angle of the drum here is dictated by if you just like your arms falling naturally, the angle of the drum represents how the arm comes across naturally. So for example, if the drum is angled like this, then you're kind of reaching around the drum and you're bending your wrist in a strange way. If the drum is angled too much like this, then you've bent your wrist again in the opposite direction. And because of the motion of the hands, there's a lot of movement. If your wrist is bent, then you're going to get repetitive strain injury. So that's the first thing, the angle of the drum. The height of the drum, you know, not resting on your leg, not high up in the air, you know, either of those. You can see they're both going out of shot for that reason. You know, this is that just you don't want to be tense, your arm doesn't want to be tense, just holding the drum naturally like that. So that's the first angle. The second angle is you don't want it to be falling over, because again, that's not, I mean, sometimes for effect you can, and in fact some frame drums are played like that with it, by using the angle of the drum, especially when they've got jingles inside, you know, particularly the DAF, for example. So you don't want it to be falling down, you don't want it to be falling backwards, because although that would be okay for the right hand or the striking hand, for the holding hand, you're putting a lot of tension on your wrist. For either of these, your wrist, if I take the drum away, I'm going to bend like this and take the drum away, you can see the artificial position of the hand, or the strained position. If I do that, again, you've kind of got weird. And then the actual position, your hand looks natural to your arm. You know, and I think that's a consideration, you know, when you're thinking about how you hold drums, how you hold drumsticks, you know, think about the natural position of your limbs, of your hands, of your fingers, of everything. And then, I mean, that's it, you know, it's just a natural position of your hand. I'm not straining, I'm not doing anything, and just put the drum in it. And that's it. So that's so you've got this angle, you've got that angle, and then finally, and again this is a problem for the holding hand rather than the striking hand, you've got this angle of it falling away either side. So, you know, I say generally to students, you hold the drum at 6 o'clock. If you imagine this is a clock face and this is 6 o'clock, you're holding the drum kind of at 6 o'clock. I probably go round a little bit, probably 7:30 or 6:30 or 5:30, depending on how you look at the clock face. But you know, you can see that's kind of the playing position. So you've got space for your hands there. Inside, you're not touching the drum head at all. The thumb never touches the head, unlike the Pandeiro, for example, which bends the pitch when it holds the drum in that way, and the fingers bend the pitch. These fingers. So that's that never happens. You're kind of holding it in this. You know, you'll slowly get used to how to hold the drum, but it's kind of, if we go back to this position here, and you know, you just slot the drum in there, and you make sure that your thumb isn't touching the head. You know, some people kind of play with a bent thumb like this. You know, I tend to play generally with a straight thumb going along kind of this direction away. Now the fingers come round. You can see the fingers are just slightly touching the head. They're more touching the actual shell, and then to bend the pitch, they come in and bend the pitch. Actually, the bearing edge underneath is at a steep 45-degree angle, so there's not that much of the bearing edge that's actually touching the shell. So, you know, if you've got your fingers on the bearing edge, and then you can can see very much there how it's finally the jingle. Now, as I mentioned in the other video also, I tend to play with the jingle, and a lot of players in India do, with the jingle underneath the striking hand, and then you get a lot of staccato jingle effect. Just gives it that little bit of top end. Some people in India play with the jingle on top of the drum. It's horses for courses. I prefer it under the hand. So let's now look at the actual strokes on the drum and how we articulate those. First of all is the open stroke, played with the first finger. So we strike the drum, and the part of the finger, if we imagine we're striking here and the finger kind of follows through and pulls away, kind of slow motion in real time, hits and pulls away. Now we only play the open tone with the first finger, although some players in India, it's unusual, but some players in India use other fingers. So the first finger, now we're not going to do any pitch bend. That will come, quite a bit later in the lessons actually. So just this one open tone with the first finger. So you can see kind of like this is the position. The finger is kind of striking, coming through and bouncing off. It doesn't stay on the head at all, and it doesn't bounce off really quickly. Kind of see it there. It doesn't sound right because of the position of the drum, but you see, I'm just trying to demonstrate the motion. So we can see the motion there. If I come sideways a little bit, you can see exactly how it's happening. It's kind of like a whiplash type motion. Now the next stroke will be the close stroke, the staccato sound, and what we have with all Indian drums, to be honest, and unless they're played with sticks, is we have the split hand technique, where the hand's divided into two striking units, a three-fingered striking unit and a one-fingered striking unit. So 3 and 1. And this is very common across all of Indian percussion. And that's one of the reasons that they can play so fast, is because, it's a bit like Johnny Rab's freehand technique. It's kind of, you're getting two strokes for one when you're combining them in certain ways. Particularly because a lot of the drums are very staccato, like tabla, mridangam, ghatam. They're very staccato notes, so you can really build up a density of notes. If it was a much lower tuned drum, then it would be harder to build up that density of notes, 30-second notes, really fast. And similarly on the Kanjira, all the closed strokes are very staccato. It's only the open notes that are very very resonant. So we have the split hand technique, and this involves the three-fingered unit and the one-fingered unit. And what we're going to do to begin with is we're just going to play 3, 1, 3, 1, striking in the center of the drum, and I'll show you the playing position and how that looks when I'm holding the drum naturally. We're striking very much in the center. So if you imagine there's a line in the center, this finger will be on that line, and then this finger will be on that line. So it looks like the hands are doing that when they're playing fast, but they're not. They're just striking in the same place, roughly. 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. And you don't want too much tension in this hand. This hand's got to be fairly relaxed. You see a little bit of movement with the drum, that's natural. 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. It's important that you remain very relaxed for a lot of these strokes, because as soon as you have tension either in the holding hand or the striking hand, you know, you're going to have a real problem getting up to speed and developing anything, you know, beyond that. So let's look at recap of the basic simple pattern that we had before, which was starting with the one finger with an open tone, and then closed, closed, closed. So 1, 3, 1, 3, open, closed, closed, closed. So it's very important to stay relaxed, keep the strokes very clear and very, very sharp. So now we're going to look at reversing that pattern. So we're going to start with the open tone and do closed, 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 1, 3, 1, 3, and then we're going to do 3, 1, 3, 1. And the last of those will be open. One, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1. This pattern becomes really important later on when we start to build different grooves, and in the next lesson we're going to be working out different combinations of this reversing pattern and adding some accents and making it more into you know, a groove type thing. Now finally for this time I just want to look at a couple of 3-beat units. Now we're going to have two doubles with the first finger, followed by a single 3-fingered stroke, staccato close stroke, to wrap up the group of 3, and it will sound like this: 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3. Try and get the strokes even, so the open tones are going to be even, and especially as well when you've got when you have 2 strokes together, which isn't in this pattern, but later on you want to kind of get them even, equal volume. 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3. Just to cap that off, we're going to have a counterpart 3-beat figure which leads with the 3-beat unit. Now these will all be closed strokes, and it will be 3, 1, 3, closed, closed, closed. 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3. Now this seems very simple, but this pattern, and also the reverse that we did with the 4s, is incredibly important in terms of what we're going to build in the future lessons. So do spend plenty of time with it. Let's just look at it again. 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 3. So now let's put those two units together in the same way we did with the 4-beat unit. 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3. So do take your time with all these individual components, because they're all vitally important for the stuff that we're going to build later on in the next few lessons. So do stop back and check that out. And don't forget, if you are so inclined, then please and see you next time. Welcome back. Now we're going to add some accents to what we had last time. Now let's recap what we had. First of all, the 4-beat pattern in 2 parts. Now we're going to accent the first beat of the 2nd part. So we can immediately see where this is going, because that definitely starts to go in the direction of a regular backbeat that you might find on the drum set. So it's a pretty effective thing. Bear in mind, this is the first pattern that we've actually put together in 2 parts. So now let's look at the same thing with the 3-beat pattern that we had in 2 parts. 1 1 3 3 1 3 1 1 3 3 1 3 1 1 3 3 1 3. Now with an accent. Very important with all the individual strokes that for each stroke you come out. So even if there's 2 with the 3-fingered unit, or you have a 3-fingered unit followed by a 1-fingered unit, one of the mistakes that people most often make is they'll play the 3-fingered unit, and then from where they are, from this position, they'll play the 1-fingered unit. And of course you can see how weak that would be just by moving the finger onto the drum. So with every single stroke, whether it's a combination of 2 3 finger 3-beat units or combination of 2 single units, it's very important to come out for every stroke, certainly in the beginning and certainly at the slower tempos. The technique gets slightly adjusted as you get faster, but you can only really develop the speed if you are clearly coming out for every single stroke that you make on the drum, whether it's an open tone, whether it's a closed tone. You know, all of those things are incredibly important in conceptualizing your technique on the instrument. The other thing that I will highlight as well, that I didn't highlight last time, is how far into the drum we're playing the strokes. So this is very important. So you'll see here that for the closed strokes, my hand is a long way into the drum. So I'm kind of actually hitting fairly centrally on the instrument. The fingers are striking, they're striking flat. You know, as we go through these lessons, I'll keep coming back to little bits of technique and little observations and different things in the same way that I would in normal lessons. So the fingers are striking flat, you can see, and here you can see from this angle how this finger and this finger strike in the same place. Obviously I'm playing really, really quietly and everything's at a funny angle to demonstrate this, but you get the idea. Fingers are really flat. You can kind of see maybe from this angle. So for these strokes, we're well into the drum. But for the open tone, we come back. So the first joint of the finger, which basically here, right there, that is what strikes the rim of the drum. So we can see the finger there. So you're coming in a little bit for the closed strokes, and you're coming back for the open tone. Now, this is really, really important because you can't play, you can kind of get an open tone in there, but you can't get the whiplash effect that you can get by striking the base of your finger actually on the, it's kind of like that. If I kind of slowed it down, you're hitting the base of your finger on the shell. So let's go back to our 3-beat combination and bear that in mind. So we can immediately see, once we're starting to get up to that tempo, it kind of sounds a little bit more like a groove, and also it gives a little bit more ease into being able to play the accents, because you feel like you're actually hitting a groove. Now, the accented 3-fingered stroke, I mean, you do accent on the 1 finger as well, and we'll come to that, but the main accent on the drum, the main impactful accent, is with the 3-fingered unit. It's the same as a quiet 3-fingered stroke. You're just playing a little bit louder. It's a little bit like a slap stroke on Dumbek. Very soft hands, a gentle touch, but a sharp staccato tone. So it's very important to focus on all of these little details, all of these little nuances of getting the perfect sound, the perfect stroke. You know, in India they call it having a sweet hand, certainly on tabla and Kanjira, South Indian drums as well. Tabla, obviously from the north of India, and it's touch, really. It's not a brutish stroke. It sounds very sharp and loud, but it's touch. It's all about controlling how you attack the drum and how soft your hands are. In a way, it's kind of the opposite of what you think when you hear a slap stroke. So this is basically just using our 3-beat pattern that we've learned with the accent so far. The second part of it, closed with an accent at the beginning and a group of 2. So we've got 3-3-2. So this kind of giving us just a little taster of how we can start to put these units together to instantly get something that's usable as a groove. Obviously this 3-3-2 groove is very common. You find it all over the world, across folk music, across traditional music, across rock and pop and whatever. You know, this is a very common groove. So 3-1-3-3-1-3, open 3. So that's the pattern without the accents. First of all, 3, 4, and 3-1-3. 3-1-3, open 3. 3-1-3, 3-1-3, open 3. 3. Notice how I'm coming back for the bass tone we mentioned earlier. 3-1-3, 3-1-3, 1-3. Tiny bit faster without any accents. 3, 4, and 3-1-3, 3-1-3, open 3. 3-1-3, 3-1-3, open 3. 3-1-3, 3-1-3, open 3. 3-1-3, 3-1-3, open 3. Now at that tempo, we'll add in a couple of accents. 3, 4, and. So we're accenting the first group of each 3-beat unit. Also notice how relaxed the thumb is. It's really important, and actually I learnt this from my mridangam teacher when I started learning that drum. I had a lot of problems in the beginning learning tabla, partly because my thumb was really tense when you're playing the drum and your thumb's poking out and you're playing and your thumb is rigid. But the important thing is, particularly with all Indian hand drums, to be honest, is that the thumb's relaxed. It's not like you're not rigidly holding the thumb. Oh, and don't forget to like and subscribe, by the way. Yes. So with a relaxed thumb. Like with a relaxed thumb. Soft hands, relaxed thumb, everything relaxed. This arm relaxed, this arm relaxed, your body relaxed. You know, it's all about that whole thing of feeling comfortable with the instrument and not making it a tension for your body, because your whole body will lock up, your neck will lock up, the whole thing will become, you know, a real struggle if you're tense anywhere, even a little bit of tension in the holding arm. And that's the from my teaching experience, tension in the holding arm for students is one of the main obstacles to this drum, because they're so tense here holding it, because you're hitting it quite hard. So the idea of being able to hold it securely whilst you're hitting it, it's all about balance, really. It's about balance and movement, and it's a little bit tricky to be relaxed with the holding hand. But if you focus on it, you're really focused of not having the tension in your arm. That's what the tattoos are for, to remind me. No tension in the arm. That's why I got them done. Although I did get them done before I drummed, so whatever, you know. But anyway, no tension in the arm. It's got to be relaxed. You have to be relaxed when playing these drums. So just one little amendment to this pattern, and we'll convert it into a pattern for 5/4 or 5/8. So far we've had 3/3/2, which obviously adds up to 8, so it will fit into 4/4. But if we have 3/3/4, so we have 10 notes there, which will be 5/8, or you know, whatever level you're at. So you've got the same beginning, 1 2 3 1 2 3, and then the first ever unit that we learned from the very first introduction, 1 3 1 3, open, close, close, closed, and then you're back to the beginning again, and it will sound like this: 3 4 and 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, then fingering 3 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 1 3. Notice at this point you come back to the 1 by having 2 3-fingered strokes. From the beginning, 3 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 1 3. Now with the accents, So we can immediately see that we're getting to interesting patterns already. I mean, don't worry if you can't get it up to that speed. All you've got to do is focus on the clarity at a slow tempo, and over time you'll start to build up and you'll start to get more clarity at a higher speed. Don't push the speed too fast, because again, that's where the tension can come in and where you can start to have various problems. So you've got to be very patient. And I think with all whatever you're learning, really, you've not only got to, obviously you're prepared to do the hard work, you're prepared to spend the time, but you've got to enjoy the process. You can't just beat yourself up the whole time about you're not good enough, you can't do this, you can't do that, why can they do this and why can't I do it? And you've just got to be patient, and you've got to enjoy the process, because every minute of learning something on these beautiful drums, is golden. It's worth it. Make sure that you're in every moment and that you focus on that whole process and really engage with it and appreciate what it is and what it is you're doing, and that you're working on these drums, you're learning these things, you enjoy them, you've got the ambition to do it, you like listening to the music, you've got applications where you want to use the drums and do different things. So I think that's an incredibly important part of developing as a musician, because if you don't enjoy the process, then you're kind of making it harder for yourself. Whereas if you can philosophize and reflect and work out, what you're doing, why you're doing, when you're doing it, how you're doing it, and for what purpose, then you're in a really advantageous position to push forward with whatever instrument you put your hand to. So be patient and work hard and work at these things at a slow tempo. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to immediately have to play it fast, and then before you know it, you'll be coming up to speed. So don't forget, relax thumb, relax fingers, relax thumb, and like and subscribe with a relaxed thumb, and I'll see you next time for something else. I think it's time to stop this now. This time we're going to take the 3, 4, 6 and 8 beat units that we looked at last time and just develop them through some small rhythmic changes. Now, although this doesn't learn any new playing material in terms of a fingering or a pattern, actually working these things through rhythmic modulations or rhythmic tables is very challenging. Now, this is related to my beat shifts series, so if you want to really get inside this, then I would suggest going and looking at that, where I go in depth into the detail of these rhythmic changes. So the first thing we're going to do is look at the 3 beat unit. Now, we had 2 fingerings for the 3 beat unit with the Kanjira. We had 3 close strokes, 3, 1, 3, with an accent on the first of the 3, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, ta, ki, ta, ta, ki, ta, ta, ki, ta, ta, ki, ta. And then we had open, open, closed. So they're the 2 fingerings that we had. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start out and we're going to take both patterns through a simple modulation from 8th notes into triplets. 3, 4. So now we're going to modulate both patterns from triplets through into 16th notes. 3, 4. Three, 4. Now we're going to modulate both patterns from 16th notes into 16th note triplets. 3, 4. Three, 4. Finally, we're going to put all of those together in one rhythmic exercise. Now, we could shift up to 30-second notes at the end, but for these patterns, at this point in our learning process, I think it's wise to just stay with the 16th note triplets. Now, one thing to bear in mind is that at the faster tempos, or at the, once you've got to 16th notes, and the 16th note triplets, these can be very hard to articulate. So don't worry if you just want to stay with the lower tempo of the 8th notes and the 8th note triplets, because even mastering those levels is sometimes very difficult. You've got to be very accurate with it and make sure you get each level perfectly in time before you move on to the next one. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with spending a good amount of time with each level. Although this lesson is obviously condensed into one short video here on YouTube, you can bear in mind that you don't need to do it quickly. You can come back again and again and again and really take your time with these exercises. So let's look at the whole rhythmic table for the 3-beat unit. First with the closed, closed, closed pattern, and then followed by the open, open, closed pattern. 3, 4. Three, 4. So now let's do the same with our 4-beat pattern. Now remember, with the 4-beat pattern we had open, closed, closed, closed. So 1, 3, 1, 3. 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3. So let's start. We're going to take that from 8th notes through to 8th note triplets. 3, 4. Now let's take our 4-beat pattern from the 8th note triplets into 16th notes. 3, 4. Now let's take our 8th note pattern from 16th notes into 16th note triplets. 3, 4. This pattern is a little bit easier to get faster than the 3-beat patterns before, because we just have consecutive 1-3-1-3 strokes, and so there's no double with the 3 fingers or with the 1 finger. So it should be a little bit easier. Let's look at the whole rhythmic table now for the 4-beat unit. 3, 4. Now we're going to do the same with our 6-beat unit. So just to recap our 6-beat pattern, it was basically our 2 3-beat units put together to equal 6 beats, and we had open, open, closed, 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 1, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, accent 1, 3. So now let's look at that going from 8th notes into the triplet level. 3, 4. Now let's look at that going from triplets into 16th notes. 3, 4. Now let's look at that going from 16th notes into 16th note triplets. And just to remind you, if you can't get to this level, it doesn't matter. Just working at the slower levels, or the less dense levels, the 8th notes, the 8th note triplets, and 16th notes is absolutely fine. You know, slowly work your way up to, you know, going to these denser, more difficult patterns to play at that tempo. 3, 4. So now let's look at the whole rhythmic table using our 6-beat unit. 3, 4. So now finally, let's look at our 8-beat unit. Let's recap with that. We had open, closed, 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 open, open, closed, 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 open. 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3, 1, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1. So that's our basic pattern. Let's look at that going from 8th notes into the 8th note triplets. 3, 4. Now we're going to look at it going from 8th note triplets into the 16th notes. 3, 4. Now we're going to go from the 16th notes into the 16th note triplets. Because this pattern is longer, it's a little bit trickier to get going through the time shifts. I would urge you to go and look at the beat shifts series that I've got, where I go into detail with each different rhythmic unit, take them through you know, the different gear shifts the different modulations with phonetics and clapping. It's very, very important to work on these exercises phonetically, although in this particular lesson I'm just covering the playing aspect of it. 3, 4. So, the whole rhythmic table. 3, 4. So we can see that this is a very, very useful exercise and really helps to focus on the purity of your strokes and the accuracy with a metronome or with whatever else you're going to use to keep time. It's a vitally important lesson because a lot of the rhythm work of Kanjira involves this detailed modulation. Now, during the course, we're not just going to work on stuff like this. There's going to be a lot of basic groove applications. So the lessons are going to be quite mixed. There's going to be some that focus specifically on more advanced, more sort of intellectual side of rhythm, and some of it is going to be pure groove and easy applications that you could employ in rock or pop or jazz or whatever type of idiom outside of the Indian tradition you would choose to play the instrument in. It's an absolutely brilliant instrument, and for me it's probably one of the most useful instruments that I've ever had. Whenever I've taken it on sessions, people have always been, literally blown away. When you get it on the mic and they hear it in the control room, they're like, wow, that's, you didn't imagine that. And even live, sometimes, you can, people are shocked because it's a small, tiny instrument and you get this massive sound out of it and a lot of complexity. So I hope you're enjoying these lessons. There's going to be more, so do come back, subscribe and like, and do all the necessary things to help keep the channel healthy, and then we can keep putting new material on. So I'll see you next time. One additional message I'd like to quickly add before signing off, and that is, please do check my Kanjira book out. It's on Hudson Music. There are thousands of examples. You can download it in the Hudson app, and it means that all of the music examples are clickable at different tempos. So it's a really good learning resource. So do have a little peep at that, and come back soon for the next lesson. So that short rhythmic passage is called a korvoy. It's from South India. It involves a very important phrase for all South Indian compositions, but also very much for Kanjira. Now it's a 5-beat phrase consisting of the syllables ta, di, ge, na, tom. Ta, di, ge, na, tom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ta, di, ge, na, tom. Ta, di, ge, na, tom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now you sometimes find this this represented with different syllables. Tati kidatum is something that I quite commonly use, and I'll often switch between the two without really giving rhyme or reason. But I personally prefer teaching Tati kidatum because the syllables are a little bit more staccato and sometimes a little bit easier to get going a little bit faster. So onto the fingering. We have ta is the 3-fingered unit, T, one fingered unit, close, closed, ki, na, tum, close, closed, tum. Tum is always the open stroke. So whenever you hear tum, you know it's going to be represented with an open stroke. So, ta, ti, ki, na, tum. 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 Ta. So now let's just look at that. Single speed and double speed. 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki tum. Ta ti ki. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. Ta ti ki na tum. 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 Ta ti ki tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta. So you need to focus in detail on the staccato attack of the notes, as we discussed in the previous lessons. 3, 1, 3, 3, tum. 3, 1, 3, 3, tum. 3, 1, 3, 3, tum. So now let's look at that with 2 repeats as 8th notes and 4 repeats as 16th notes. 3, 4, and ta ti ki na tum. 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 Remember that we need to come out for each individual stroke, and particularly when going from the 3-fingered stroke to the 1-fingered stroke, it's very important that the hand comes out each time, and to remind ourselves not to do this 3 and then 1 from that position, because it's such a weak stroke, and it's a very common mistake that students on Kanjira and tabla and a lot of Indian drums make, is the 3-fingered stroke and then not come out again for the 1-fingered stroke. Each one is a new hand movement, whether it's 3 fingers or 1 finger. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use that same format, 2 repeats at the 8th note level, and then when we go into the 16th note level, we'll have the first group of 5 as a gap, and then we'll have 5, 5, 5. So it will sound like this: ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta 2, 3, 4, 5. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Ta ti ki na tum. Tum 2, 3, 4, 5. Ta ti ki na. Ta ti ki na tum. 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 Ta ta 2 3 4 5 ta ti kin na tom ta ti kin na tom ta. So this is a simple change from having play the 4 groups of 5. We just make the first one silent apart from the first note of it, which is the landing note after the 2 groups of 8th notes, and then we have the three played groups of 5 as 16th notes. So this is starting something that's very important in articulating Indian rhythms, and that is having silent gaps that you count off and then play patterns. Now we're just doing the groups of 5. We're obviously, you know, if you wrote it down it would be in 5/4, but the point of these exercises at the moment is not really to be in any time signature. It's firstly important to get you to understand the phrases, how to strike them on the drum, how to recite them, and then how to you know, maneuver with them to be able to create you know, different rhythmic eventualities. So having gaps counted like this is a very important method. And you know, if this tempo is too fast for you, then you can go away and slow it down, even using you know, apps like Slow Downer and whatever they're called, the apps that you can put things into and slow it down and hear it at a slower speed. So that's very important as well. 3 4 and ta ti ki na dum ta ti ki na dum. 1 2 3 4 5 ta ti ki na dum 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 ta ti ki na dum. 1 2 3 4 5 ta ti ki na ta ti ki na dum ta ti ki na dum. 2 3 4 5 ta ti ki na dum. So next we're going to keep quarter notes just by tapping our foot in time. So I've put a little shaker on my foot here, so you'll be able to hear it. You can put a shaker or something on your foot, or you can use a hi-hat or a, you know, cowbell on a cowbell stand or whatever. But the important thing is just to mark the corner points, to mark time with quarter notes in this instance. So here it is with quarter notes played with the foot. 3 4 and ta ti. So next up, we're just going to change the 5-beat pattern a little bit. At the moment, we've got ta ti ki na tom. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to change that to ta ti ta ki ta tom. Still 5 notes long. 1 2 3 4 5. Ta ti ta ki ta tom. 3 1 3 1 3 tom. 3 1 3 1 3 tom. 3 1 3 1 3 tom. Double. the only open note is the tum at the end. So closed, 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 open. So now let's look at that 4 times as at the 8th note level, and then 8 times as 16th note. 3, 4, and ta, ti, ta, get the dum, ta, ti, ta, get the dum, ta, ti, ta, get the dum, ta, ti, ta, get the dum. So now let's look at that, tapping quarter notes with our foot. 3, 4, and. Now 2 at the 8th note level and 4 at the 16th note level. 3, 4, and. And now tapping quarter notes with our foot. 3, 4, and. And next up, we'll add the silent 5 as the first group of the 16th notes level, same as last time. Now, one of the important things is, with this type of thing, is that you have to count the 5 off in your mind. So although you'll hear in your mind, you're going da 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're counting it in your mind. So it's very important to have a way to count these gaps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is fine. Taka taki ta tati genatom. Anything like that is fine. We're going to cover in later lessons a more detailed way of counting gaps. But for now, I think at the slower tempo, it's fine to just count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to count off the gaps. So 2 groups of 8th notes followed by a silent group of 16th notes and 3 played group of 16th notes. It'll sound like this. 3, 4, and. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Three, 4, and. And now we'll count off some quarter notes with that, with our foot. 3, 4, and da, di, da, get da, dum, da, di, da, get da, dum, da, 3, 4, 5, da, di, da, get da, dum, da, get da, get da, dum, da, di, da, get da, dum, da, di, da, get da, dum, da, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, and so these phrases and patterns are very important, particularly Tati Genatum in South Indian rhythm. It's an absolutely pivotally important phrase and pattern to learn. So I think at this stage it's very, very important to spend a lot of time with it. Now, the way I'm teaching these lessons is not specifically following any traditional model. What I'm trying to do is get you used to various patterns, various fingerings, various rhythmic units, and how to combine those rhythmic units and make longer patterns. And then of course we're going to move on to a lot of more traditional structures as well, besides looking at a lot of groove material and things that we can easily incorporate into music outside of the South Indian idiom. So do continue to pop by and check the lessons out. Spend plenty of time with them. So, I'm kind of going to be putting them up, fairly regularly, but that doesn't mean that's the speed that you have to learn them. Sometimes, it takes years to get through to some of these lessons, and each different technical challenge with each different fingering and each different rhythmic unit, it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of patience. So work hard with a metronome, make sure that you really are spending time on the detail of every stroke coming out, even for the git-da-dum, your hand's not just stuck there on the drum and you're trying to play. You've got to come out for those strokes and then come back for the tum stroke. Everything's got to be crystal clear, very sharp and staccato. One of the essences of this drum is the staccato nature of the way it's played. That's where a lot of the speed comes from. So take your time. You can always email me, as I've said before. I can either include that in the questions and answers session that I do, or I can include that answer to the question in a lesson or whatever. So yeah, stop back, like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time for a little bit more. Welcome back to the next part of this Kanjira course for beginners. Today we're going to be looking at some basic groove building blocks. So far we've been looking at 4-beat units and 3-beat units, and then we moved on to the 5-beat unit. Now we're going to look more at these type of units, but more based along the idea of being able to play grooves. Now at the moment we're not really focusing massively on traditional elements. We're really looking at the building blocks of technique, being able to strike the drum and play the drum. So we're going to carry on with that theme. You might remember from a previous lesson we had the basic 8-beat pattern, which was now I've designed that really more to be along the lines of a backbeat, because I also want to reach out to people who want to use the Kanjira outside of a classical idiom. So a lot of these lessons are going to be with that in mind, but later on in the series I'm going to be doing more traditional stuff. I'm going to be doing some traditional play-alongs, material that will be a good entry point for you to then go on and study with a Kanjira master in the traditional area, if that's what you wanted to do. Otherwise, you know, these lessons, along with the material in my book, which is a lot more extensive, a book on Hudson music, along with all of that material, is a good grounding to be able to sort of play Kanjira outside of the traditional idiom, in rock, pop or jazz or whatever music that you were wanting to use it in. It's a brilliant drum, and it's definitely worth spending the time with to bring into your, you know, percussion arsenal. So let's now just look at a slightly different version of that rhythm. It's not backbeat oriented. This is more along the traditional lines of a groove, and it will sound something like this. You recognise that's really a very common pattern that you'll find across Indian percussion. So I'm marking some accents into these examples that I'm going to play, but you know, much the same as if you just saw 16th notes written on the hi-hat. If you were a drum set player, you know, in a chart, you would interpret that in many different ways, and a lot of these grooves are quite similar in that sense, that you can you know, easily interpret them in different ways with different accents, and we're going to look at some different versions and different fingerings as we move through this lesson and future lessons. So in the written notation we've got 3 accents. And if you played it like that, it would sound very stiff and uninteresting. So it's a matter of interpreting the accents and the lilt of the rhythm in a way that's most musical. So this is playing it completely open, but you can do a little push with the left hand, and then you kind of get that, starting to get a little bit of that glissando into your playing. That's very important as you develop Kanjira playing. So I'm not going to focus too much on the glissando at the moment, because there's different lessons for that, but just like a little, it's almost like you're playing both hands at the same time. So if I squeeze and hit, you'll kind of get like a higher pitch. Obviously you're not going to squeeze too much. Just a little bit is enough to give you that that glissando feel. Just on that, the second of those 2 open notes. So it would always be like right, both would be the simplest way to understand how it's happening. So then you've got that great pattern. Just that little pitch bend, almost like talking drum glissando that you'll find on the bass tabla. It's a great sound. So let's move forward now. We're going to have a slightly different version of that rhythm. We're going to be repeating the second beat of it, which is we're going to be repeating that, and it'll be like this. Three, one, three, three, one, one, three, three, one, one, three, three, one, three, one, and then back to the beginning again. One, three, three, one, one, three, three, one, one, three, three, one, three, one, one, three, one, three, three, one, one, three, three, one, one, three, three, one, three, one. So you see the accents are very, very subtle, but it's worth, you know, kind of trying to shape those into the pattern, but not making them so obvious that they jump out. You know, some accents in the material that we're going to cover, you know, you do have very noticeable accents, but for a lot of these rhythms, we're not really making them that sharp. So let's move on to the next example. 1 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 1 3. So a lot of these patterns, rarely would they be played continuously. It's more a thing of going back to what I was saying about the hi-hats, having a hi-hat pattern, interpreting it. Like with any instrument, if you were playing bongos, for example, you wouldn't play martillo exactly the same throughout. You learn it in the beginning, you learn that basic pattern, but then it's really all about interpretation and improvisation, and lots of different ways to give shape, colour and texture to the rhythm. So let's move on to the next example. 1 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3. notice at the moment I'm not using any syllables to show you these patterns. We're going to get on in detail to, you know, the syllables and what they mean on Kanjira, how they come from the parent drum, the mridangam, the relevance of phonetics in South Indian and North Indian music. It's a pretty involved and deep subject. And I think at the moment, because we're learning the drum in the way that we're learning it, I think it's good to just look at the technique. Let's build some technique up, and then we can get onto the syllables and add that into the mix in the not too distant future. Because to get to some of the different things we're going to be looking at later, it's impossible not to use the syllables. So syllables is a big subject, and that will be covered in a future lesson. So let's look at the next example. 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 1. So don't worry about trying to speed this up to a faster tempo like this. The important thing is to get it very clear at a slow tempo, and also even with or without the glissando, just play with pure open tones and get those really strong. Because if you don't get the pure open tones really strong, then it's impossible to move forward and really get strong notes that you can then use with the glissando. So if you got like a little, not playing the open tone properly, it sounds a little bit weird. So this without the glissando would just be pure. With a little bit of glissando, you kind of got a lot more shape into it. So it's a pretty cool thing to get into, but don't rush the glissando. A lot of people really, it's kind of like the first thing they want to learn to do on the tabla or the Kanjira is they want to kind of get the glissando happening, and it's take your time with it, because if you get a strong open tone, pure open tone, then really the work is done. You've just got to work out how and where to squeeze. Now, we're going to talk about the glissando later on, but it's important not to have your fingers obviously too far into the head or too far out. So again, we'll cover that later. Let's look at the next example. Three one three one one three one 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3. So similar to the pattern that we did at the beginning of this lesson, in the sense that it's got a very traditional shape to it that you would hear in South Indian music, and also in a lot of Indian folk music as well. Now, this is a slightly broken pattern in that we've taken one of the 16th notes out. So this is the type of thing that you can do on Kanjira to get things, at a faster tempo. So that's the same pattern, just a little bit faster. Then with the glissando. So next we're going to look at something called partitioning to build our grooves. Now this involves dividing a time signature up into different length units to create a different shape to the groove. Now this is very common across all idioms of rhythm and drumming and music, but when you get deep into it in the Indian idiom, it's really something else. So to begin with, it's going to be a very simple partitioning. It's going to be 3-3-2, and the fingering will be the 3-beat unit that we had before: 3-1-3, 3-1-3, 1-2. So 3-1-3, 3-1-3, open 3. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. So you notice that this 3-beat pattern is really important. You hear it all the time in Kanjira with that accent. So with all of these patterns, it's very important to abstract parts out of it, especially when we get longer and more complex patterns. You know, abstract little parts of the pattern out and just practice them, you know, independently. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So there's quite a lot of that in some of the previous lessons. So go back, especially over the one where I'm modulating patterns through different time levels, because it's a super important exercise for some of the stuff that comes later. And it also means you can really focus on the hand, on the movement of the hand, because you're going through so many slower tempos as well. So the next thing that is very common with this partitioning, particularly in the Indian idiom, is merely rearranging the component parts. So we got 3-3-2 here. We could just as well have 3-2-3 or 2-3-3. So let's look at the next example. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So this is 3-2-3 now. 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3. So 3, 2, 3. So the fingering is exactly the same for the 3-beat unit, 3, 1, 3. For both of the 3-beat units, and 1, 3 for the 2-beat unit. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. So next, obviously, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you can see even just moving through those 3 positions is, you know, it's almost like they're completely different grooves, and especially when you hear it in context with music, it's a very effective, simple but effective methodology. So then you can extend that, so make the pattern twice the length. We've still got 3 3 2, but then that will be twice, so you'll have 4 3s and 2 2s. So you've got exactly the same fingering for the 3s, 3 1 3 3 1 3, 1 3 for the group of 2, and now you can start to put that together. And now once you have 6 units to rearrange, you can imagine the number of permutations that are possible with that is pretty extreme. So let's look at a few simple first starting points with it, and we're going to have 3 3 2 2 3 3. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3, and that's the downbeat again. So that's the length of it. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1. So we've got that, that length with the 3 3 2 2 3 3 being one repeat. So we can see it's a pretty effective groove, and then of course we can begin to move that arrangement in different places. We could shift the whole thing along backwards or forwards, or we can rearrange the parts. We're just going to shift it. We're going to have 2 2 3 3 3 3 this time. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, and that's the downbeat. That's one repeat. 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. So, you could arrange that in many different ways, lots of different configurations for that. So, sit down with a pen and paper and start to, map out a few variations and just play them one after another, and you can have it's a really effective way to begin to develop some simple groove ideas with these basic units that we got so far. So thanks for watching. Please do like and subscribe if you think these are valuable and worthwhile lessons for you. There's going to be more to come, so do pop by and see what's next. Welcome back. We're going to be looking at some simple broken patterns now that involve groups of 16th notes and open notes on the Kanjira. We're going to start to bring in a few syllables, so we can get going with that. So let's start with the first example. The syllables will be tum, kita taka tum, kita taka tum, kita taka tum, kita taka tum. So the groups of 16ths are just going to be 1 3 1 3 on the close sound. Tum is the open tone. Tum, kita taka tum, kita taka tum, kita taka tum, kita taka. Remember, you need to get these closed strokes very strong. Tom, kita taka tom, kita taka tom. So these are very simple little exercises just to get your hand moving with some of the different tones and combinations. And as we move through the lessons, a lot of this material comes up very strongly. So the next example with the syllables 3, 4, and tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka. So kita taka 1 3 1 3, tum ta 1 3, tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3, tum, kita taka tum ta, kita taka 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 tum. So take your time at the slower tempos and really get real clarity. You can hear how staccato and the 3-fingered stroke and the 1-fingered stroke sound approximately the same with the closed strokes. So you've got a very even sort of progression of notes going through that. So next example with the syllables 3, 4, and tum ta, kita taka tum ta, tum ta, kita taka tum ta, tum ta, kita taka tum ta, tum ta, kita taka tum ta. Again, work on it slowly. Really get the clarity. Right, let's go to the next example. First with the syllables. 3, 4, and kita taka tum tum ta, tum, kita taka tum tum ta, tum, kita taka tum tum ta, tum, kita taka tum tum ta, tum. Kita taka tum tum ta, tum, kita taka tum tum ta, tum, kita taka tum tum ta, tum, kita taka tum tum ta, tum. Now when that gets faster with the syllables, it's kita taka is very hard to recite back to back. Kita taka is almost impossible. So the syllables would change. Kita taka tari kita tum tum ta tum. Kita taka tari kita tum tum. Kita taka tari kita tum tum ta 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 tum ta. So you can see that it's going to take a while to get the syllables. If you've not done the syllables before, it takes a while to get that to flow. But to be honest, you know, doing the lessons, if you're not going to be doing the traditional angle, then you might not need to learn the syllables. I think it's really useful. I think it's, especially when we get into some of the other stuff, it becomes you know, incredibly useful in terms of developing rhythms and actually seeing the poetry of the rhythms that you compose. So I would recommend you do get into the syllables, but if you just want to play the Kanjira like in the way that you might, you know, use Pandeiro, for example, then it's totally cool. You don't have to do the syllables, and that's why I'm writing it out with this notation in a simple way, similar to how information would be presented in a regular drum set book. So let's move on to the next example. So the syllables are going to be slightly different here. Kita taka is going to stay, but we're going to have a group of 6. Tari kita taka. Tari kita taka. Tari kita taka. All very staccato syllables, and the whole exercise will sound like this. 4 and kita taka tum. Tari 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 kita taka tum. And again the 16ths are just leading with the 1 throughout, and obviously all of the tum with the 1 finger. 3, 4 and kita taka tum. Tari 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 kita taka tum. So a lot of these patterns you can see when you get them faster, you recognize that as being some of the things that you hear on Kanjira recordings with Kanjira players playing in different settings. So even though these exercises are very simple, the little units, the little piquant moments all add up to potential for you know, interesting rhythmic embellishments and stuff like that. 3, 4 and kita taka tum ta tum. Kita taka tum. 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 next example. 3, 4, and kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom. Kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom. Kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom, kitta tom, kitta taka tom, kitta taka tom. Now on to the next example. 3, 4, and tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom ta 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 tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom ta. Tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom, tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom, tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom, tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom. So important that you're comfortable with how you play the material. So if you want to do it without the syllables, that's absolutely fine. With the syllables is good. The syllables do take time. It's almost like you're learning two skills at the same time. Actually, it's tricky to get the pronunciation and the flow of the staccato syllables. It does take some time, and definitely doesn't work if you're chewing a toffee at the same time, so try to stay away from the toffees. So a simple rearrangement of that. 3, 4, and tom ta tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta tom ta tari kitta kitta taka tari kitta. So on to the next example. 3, 4, and tari kitta tom ta kitta taka 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 tari kitta tom ta kitta taka. Tari kitta tom ta kitta taka 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 tom. So this example is going to be a slightly longer pattern. 3, 4, and kitta taka tom ta tom ta kitta taka tom ta tom ta kitta taka tom ta kitta taka tom ta tom ta kitta taka tom ta tom ta kitta taka tom ta kitta taka tom ta tom ta kitta taka tom ta tom ta kita taka dum ta, kita taka dum ta, kita taka dum ta, kita taka dum ta. So you could think of that as two groups of three, 4, and a group of 2/4. Kita taka dum ta, 3 beats long. 1, 2, 3, twice, and then kita taka dum ta, 1, 2, once. Kita taka dum ta, 3. Kita taka dum ta, 3. Kita taka dum ta, 2. So that's it for this lesson. There's a lot more variations on these themes in my book, my Kanjira book, which is on Hudson Music. The link is in the description down below. So do pop over and check that out. There's also a tabla book there, and Indian rhythms for the drum set book, and various books available. The cool thing about Hudson books at the moment is that they you buy them in the app, in the Hudson app, and it means that all of the music examples are clickable, so you can click on a music example and it'll play at various tempos. So it's a really useful resource to have, and it's a great way to present a book. So thanks for watching. Please do like and subscribe, and I'll see you soon. Welcome back. We're going to look at a few supplementary rhythms on the Kanjira. We've been looking at some grooves already, but there are a few other little bits that I'd like to cover. So let's start out by looking at employing some drum rudiments on the Kanjira. Now, this is definitely not a traditional approach, but it's something that I found really useful with students, and also has worked as really good warm-ups for me when I've been preparing for gigs, and maybe been on holiday and come back and want to get back in shape again rhythmically. So the first thing is the basic paradiddle. So you're going to play all the open notes as right, and the closed notes will be left. So basically the first finger becomes right, and the 3 becomes the left, and it's it can be a pretty cool exercise. We'll do it slowly first of all. 3, 4, and. So that's just straight. We're not doing any accents, we're not doing anything. It's just all, kind of equal volume for the right and the left, or the 1 and the 3. But you can start to get some more kind of graceful things in if you start to, play in and out of the drum. So you're not playing all of the open tones with the right hand. For example. we could look at the displaced paradiddle. Right, left, left, right, left, right, right, left. All the rights still equaling the open tone, and all the lefts equaling the closed tone. Just straight. Then we can have some different accents in there. So more of the backbeat accent. Or we could accent more on the 4th 16th note of the second group of 4. And then we could start to bring some of the bass notes away from the open tone into the middle, so we get more of a actually more of a shape of a South Indian folk groove, to be honest. So I'm not doing any glissando with that, so if I start to bring some glissando in, it might get a little bit more interesting. The same right, left, left, right, left, right, right, left fingering. Then we could look at the double paradiddle. Right, left, right, 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 left, right, left, right, left, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, left. Three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's a useful way to get some kind of non-Indian grooves, I would say. But because we get a lot of this doubles with the 3-fingered unit and the 1-fingered unit, it still can lead to a lot of Indian sounding things. But this is a very this is kind of like a Western approach to the drum, if you like, employing different drum rudiments. Of course, you can go through any sort of symmetrical stickings just to show you how some simple stickings can work. I'm just playing that double paradiddle at a fairly slow tempo, right, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, right, left, and it sounds great. It sounds great. You've got to bring the accents out, make some, voice it with touch, and it sounds pretty cool. The other thing I just want to touch on briefly is the concept of tully and cully. So I'm not going to go in depth about that because it's a big subject, and I'll cover it in another video somewhere. Tully and cully is really a North Indian term. It means like empty and full sections. And the way that translates on the tabla, for example, is that it means that the unstressed, stressed and unstressed, or empty and full, or however you want to think of it, the unstressed sections of a time cycle don't have any open bass tones in it, like on the tabla. So normally, for a lot of grooves, there are some exceptions, but generally speaking, that's the first half of the second half. And so the thing that I find very useful with that as a concept, and to make rhythms a little bit more lyrical and over a longer phraseology, is to employ the idea of tully and cully, or stressed and unstressed, and take the bass drum out of rhythms. So even if it's a straightforward Kanjira rhythm, for example, and obviously it works great on drum set, but even if it's a straightforward Kanjira rhythm, let's say we've got so that's obviously over two quarter notes. So if you employ a tully cully concept to that, then the first part of the second part won't have any open bass drum in it, and then you kind of get like a different kind of feel to it. And similarly, you could then make that over a longer. This will work with all of the grooves that we've covered and worked so far. Obviously not the core voice and the mathematics of it, but for the groove-based stuff, let's say you make that twice as long. So it could just give a lot more breathing space to a groove. It's a pretty cool way to just give a little bit more lyricism over a groove that lasts a little bit longer, rather than just having this almost like cyclic, which is great, can be great, but if you can expand that out. So you get the idea, and we can, employ that with all of the rhythms and the different stuff we've looked at. So that's all for now. Please do like and subscribe, and I hope to see you soon for the next lesson on this absolutely amazing instrument. Welcome back. Today we're going to be looking at some triplet variations. We're going to be working from the notation. I'm not going to use syllables for this lesson. So let's just crack straight on in and look at the first example. So you can see we're not using any accents at the moment. It's just 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 3 1 3 1 3, just with a pure open tone. Let's look at the second example. So you can see we're keeping this basic triplet level, but we're just merely adding open bass notes where they fall on the first finger at various parts of the one bar of triplets. Let's move on to the next example. So we can see that even adding a little bit of movement with the open tone immediately creates quite an interesting sort of groove, and we haven't even put any accents in yet. So let's swiftly move on to the next example. So it kind of sounds a little bit flat without putting the accents in, but the important thing is that we're getting the idea of being able to bring the bass tone in to different places in the bar of triplets. So let's look at the next example. So take your time with some of these examples, make sure that you get the clarity of the notes, and if you need to set your own metronome at a slower tempo to work through these examples, then that's cool. This is set at 90 BPM. Let's look at the next example. So we can see that example has kind of like a 4-beat pattern going through the 12 notes of the bar of triplets. Taka-dimmy, taka-dimmy, taka. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1. So let's move on to the next example where we'll start to add some gaps into the equation. So you can see when these start to get sped up, they become quite recognizable as things you might hear a Kanjira player playing. So let's move on to the next example. Now this example involves a slightly different fingering. Up to now it's all been consecutive 1 3 1 3 1 3 for all of the notes. Now we're going to have a slightly different feel to the pattern. We've still not got any accents in there yet, but we've got a slightly different feel to the pattern. And then we've got the tempo here. Dum ta dum takita dum dum ta 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 dum. They're the syllables, and we've got 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3. Now with the metronome. Now let's move on to the next example. And now extending that idea a little bit further. Now we can start to add in a few accents. So we can see again we're just 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 through everything, and we've got those nice clear accents. Kind of like a backbeat. Going to make sure you get those two open notes. The second one's got a sound. So spend a little bit of time and make sure all those notes are perfectly clear within the patterns that you're playing. Let's move on to the next example. 3 4. Actually, although they're consecutive accents, it's very, very hard to pull that off, to get that really clear. One of the masters of doing consecutive accents like that is the great Selva Ganesh, who's particularly his triplet patterns are really so clear, and yet the accents come out in such a powerful way. So do check out Selva Ganesh's playing, and do take time to have a look at my book, which is on Hudson Music. There's a lot more examples. You know, this is just scratching the surface really. So let's move on to the next example. So we can feel some of these triplet patterns have got a really cool lilt to them, a really cool feel. You've got to get everything clear. The bass tone nice and open. The accents really sharp. Just think of it like kick drum and snare drum and hi-hat, you know, in a way. Let's move on to the next example. So we can see this is really mimicking a kind of drum set pattern that you'd hear with a backbeat. So you've got to get everything really clear to make these patterns really sing. So a similar approach for the next example. Again, a really cool drum set mimicking type of pattern. Again, all 1-3, 1-3, 1-3, 1-3. Nothing complicated in there in terms of fingering. So this next example again is the 4 going through the 12, 4, 4, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Taka-dimmy, taka-dimmy, taka-dimmy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, going through takita, 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 tak. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, going through the through the triplets. Now the bass pattern in this next example emphasizes the 4, and the accents just throw a couple of there's 2 accents in there, and they throw a little bit of a swerve ball into the overall feel of that and kind of complement it with a second voice. So let's look at that example. Again, really cool pattern. 2, 3, 4. So next up, a more straightforward pattern with a few gaps. And then a similar pattern with the next example. So do spend some time with these triplet patterns. They're really cool. They work well, you know, up tempo, a little bit faster. As I say, Selva Ganesh is the master of a lot of these triplet patterns. Really cool. So I'll see you next time. Please don't forget to like and subscribe, and buy yourself a shaker. Welcome back. This time we are going to be looking at some embellishments for grooves. We're going to be referencing a lot of the grooves that we've looked at previously. Remember our patterns such as or any of these grooves. We're using those as a base to add embellishments on. We're going to be looking at a variety of these embellishments in 4 and in 6. So if you're wondering about the fingerings, I'm not going to talk so much about the fingerings now for all these examples, assuming that you've been going through the previous video lessons. If you haven't, then I would go back and try and get familiar with some of the fingerings for some of these patterns. So for now, I'm going to play the patterns through, and the notation will show what the fingering is, and at certain points I might mention something about the fingering. But I think it's safe to assume that we've got a good understanding of that side of things by now. So let's look at the first example. 3, 4, and. All these are embellishments that are very typical, that a lot of Kanjira players would play and would kind of populate and decorate their rhythm work with, their general rhythm work with. So up to tempo a little bit with that. 4 and. Remember, I was talking in the last episode about the accents. The accents are generally within the context of playing groove and different functional playing. The accents are quite understated. It's only on particular phrases and particular things that you want to really add that sharp accent that you do get that much louder accent. So obviously bearing in mind you're playing a groove, so you don't want to be sort of having too many angular moments in that groove unless it's absolutely intentional. So let's go on to the next example. 3, 4 and. on to the next example. 3, 4, and. Now the next example. 3, 4, and. Notice that I'm not doing a lot of glissando or pitch bend at the moment with these rhythms, and that's intentional. I'm actually going to go on a little bit later in this lesson and talk a little bit about some simple glissando techniques. Let's move on to the next example. 3, 4, and. And now let's move on to the next example. 3, 4, and. Three, 4, and. Now for the next example, we're going into more of a 6/8 or triplet fill. 3, 4, and. And now for the next example. 3, 4, and. So these are really good exercises to work through. There's lots and lots of variations, lots of different things, lots of different ways you can apply this rhythmically. And you know, slow tempo or a fast tempo, you know, these exercises really do work incredibly well. Let's look at the next example. 3, 4, and. So there's lots of alternative versions to all of these exercises in my book on Hudson Music, available in the Hudson app, and you can click on all of the examples and the music will play for each example. So it's a very good resource, so do check that out. We're going to be moving on to the next example now. 3, 4, and. Just one more example in the 6 feel, and then we're going to move on to some glissando. 3, 4, and. So glissando is not really something that would ever be taught. Certainly in my experience of traditional teachers, they tend to leave that to, you know, your learning by observation really is the way to do it. But from my experience with a lot of students who want to rush into doing glissando and the pitch bend technique with the drum, I think it's good to just give some pointers and you know, give some guidelines as to about, you know, how to do it, because you know, a lot of common mistakes are, first of all, squeezing too hard, you know, really squeezing. I'm not going to do it on this drum because, you know, it might damage the head a bit, but you know, squeezing too hard, having the hands too far into the head, and doing, like, making horrible sort of, you know, silly sounds on the drum, basically. As if there is a silly sound on the drum, you know. Anyway, so obviously, you know, we've been through the holding technique of the drum with the thumb inside, just to clear up this fact that the thumb doesn't touch the head inside the drum at all, ever, with the Kanjira, unlike Pandeiro, where the fingers come and pitch bend the head from inside the drum. All the pitch bending on the Kanjira is done from outside the drum, the fingers are really right on the edge. You can see, I mean, if you're not familiar with the holding position, then you need to go back to the first video where that's covered in detail about all the angles that the drum can fall at. And you know, as you're going through all of these lessons, it's important to go back to that information anyway and remind yourself of exactly how the drum is held, what the position is for your arms, and all of the ergonomics involved in sorting out exactly how you are playing and holding the instrument. So, you know, the playing position here, so we've got the full open tone with the fingers, you can see are, you know, they're not really touching the head at all in this position. They're kind of off. And then for the pitch bend, they kind of come round a little bit, almost like the very tips of the finger, because the bearing edge is a 45-degree angle steeped down that way, so it's only the very, very outer rim of the inside bearing edge, so it's pushing up against the head from inside. So when you bend the head right at the edge, you're bending it over a sharp 45-degree angled bearing edge, so it's actually very easy to get the pitch bend, as long as you're not kind of forcing it. So the first example that I'm going to put up is really simply, you're just playing open quarter notes, and you know, you're going to bend up in the halfway through. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whether it's quarter notes or eighth notes or whatever, it's just you're bending halfway through. And then experiment how slowly you can get that pitch bend to go up. Obviously the head is resonating and you're choosing when to bend the pitch up. So you don't want to force it, and you don't want to be going too high. It's got to feel like it's almost like the natural vocal voice range in a sense. You know, you want to go a certain degree. You don't want to go, oh, that's suddenly speaking really high. And it's the same with the pitch bend. You know, it's got to feel like it's a natural voice of the drum. So now in the next example, we're going to add an eighth note leading back to the downbeat each time. So you notice I've hit on the first quarter note. Second quarter note is been ended the pitch bend at the beginning of the second quarter note, and then I've released for the eighth note. So if we were to count 4 eighth notes off, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. It's easier at a faster tempo, to be honest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, or slower bend. Remember I was saying earlier, you can bend up really sharply or slowly. So, yeah, it's very similar to thinking about hi-hat, to be honest. Okay, so the next example is more like a dotted version of the same thing. As time goes on, you'll get used to this, the pitch bend. You'll feel more confident with it. And you kind of get into a few more ideas with it. So the next example, for this we're going to interchange the pitch bend up and a close stroke with the 3 fingers. So for the first pattern, first part of the pattern, we've got hit, up, gitta, taka. And then the second part of the pattern, so the next example is a similar approach with a slightly different pattern. 3, 4, and. Next example, something similar in 3, 3, 4, and. When and where these pitch bends happen is very much down to the sort of lyrical intent of the performer. So it's not something that you could specifically quantify. I'm just looking at some simple ways to communicate how some of these pitch bend devices are used. So far we've been looking at pitch bend happening in the gaps, so you've got a note that you then bend and then something happens after that. But a lot of the pitch bend happens by pitch bending and striking at the same time. So it's a little bit trickier to master this technique, but it's something that's very, very important in Kanjira playing. And again, as with any of the other pitch bend that we've discussed, it's important that you don't overdo it. It's got to be a subtle addition to the rhythms and to what you're playing on the Kanjira, and not a really tasteless distraction. So let's go back to our original groove from a couple of lessons ago of the very common this groove that we've looked at a couple of times now. So we're going to try and add the pitch bend into this groove, and it's kind of clear on the notation where you'll add the pitch bend, but let's just see what it sounds like first. So you'll notice when I'm playing that, I'm just pitch bending the last open note. That's just played open. You can see that second note is the one that's bent up, not the first one. It's not. At the same time, not too much. You can see the fingers just coming around that little bit of bending. Now, on the notation that you're going to see on the screen now, you'll see I've indicated a pitch bend on the first note as well. That, if it's bent that much, that first note, it sounds wrong, but there is a little bit of bend on the first note. I mean, it's easier to demonstrate. So that's the open note. You kind of get a little bit of pitch bend on the first note. You see, it's not a totally open note. It's almost like pitch bend that you've not pushed all the way. See, that's the tone you've got. That's the open tone. It's kind of hard to demonstrate this like in this way, but now totally open. So it's a matter of just finding how much very, very subtle pitch bend you put on that first note, but it's perfectly fine to just leave it open as well. So it's really down to your choice. Now, bear in mind with a lot of these rhythms, you're not really going to be playing the same thing round and round again. Really, what we're doing here is really closely linked to what we did earlier in this lesson with the embellishments and the different movements of the bass drum through the groove, because a Kanjira player is going to be moving between lots and lots of different patterns and embellishments, and they're not really going to stay on that one groove in that way for very long. They're going to manipulate it and change it and decorate it and do different things. So you know, spend some time looking at that and try and cross-reference that with what we looked at earlier. So one final exercise, just to try and get used to this pitch bend situation. We're just going to play actually the first thing we learned in all of our lessons, which is open, closed, closed, closed. So 1, 3, 1, 3. We're going to do that round in a cycle, and the first one will be open. The first of the open notes will be open, and the second one will be pushed at the same time. So you'll have So you can feel that that's a really good way to differentiate between the two extremes of the pitch bend. And then you can just work that up and try and get that a little bit faster. It's a really, really good exercise actually, and then once you've done that, you can just improvise. Welcome back, I'm Pete Lockett. We're going to be continuing our journey of beginner's Kanjira, and today we're going to look at a little bit of theory, which is vitally important in the construction of a majority of Kanjira compositions. Now, when I started to learn South Indian music, I learned the Mridangam from Karakudi Krishnamurti, who's an amazing Mridangam player who specialised in Bharatanatyam dance. So I was lucky enough to study that drum, and also Natwangam, which is the vocal percussion that you get with Bharatanatyam dance, and it's accompanied by little handbells that you play that are, it's pretty interesting because you get these intense rhythmic compositions that you're reciting. Now the Mridangam player is playing those compositions, but you're also doing a completely different pattern with the hands, with the bells, and the dancer is dancing what you're playing with the bells. So on the one side of the coin, you're speaking the rhythms that the Mridangam players playing, and on the other side of the coin, you're reciting something completely different with the bells. So it's a very interesting thing. For example, one composition, the bells were playing 7-7-7-7 4, adding up to 32, and the rhythmic composition was completely different. It was in 4/4, and so kind of the tempo there, and the thing takatari taka takita takata takita takati takita takatum takita takanam takita takatakatana takita kita takata takita takati takita takatum takita takanam takita taka. So that was the first part of the composition. So you got 7-7-7-7 4 with the bells, and then this totally different thing with the voice. So it's a pretty tricky thing to master, and even more difficult to remember, because you're not only remembering the rhythmic composition, you're also remembering something completely different with the bell pattern that sits behind it. So anyway, when I began and I started to have my lessons with my South Indian teacher, Karakudi Krishnamurti, it was like learning lots of little different bits, and only at a certain point later on, when I did my Arangetram, which is kind of like the first sort of public performance, I say, under the tutorage of the guru, only then did all of the things that he'd been teaching me come to make sense. When I was preparing that concert, they all got slotted together. It's like a jigsaw, all just being put in place, and then it all makes total sense. So you might feel like that with some of the rhythms and some of the lessons that we're doing here, is that they're abstracts, and you got to think, well, how does that all add up together? So it kind of adds up together when you piece it together in the context that you're going to use it, in actual fact, in this instance, because a lot of the material I'm putting forward for you is really geared towards playing outside of the Indian idiom. But I did also say that I'm going to be doing traditional stuff and traditional perspectives, and we're going to be having some quite an extensive series of play-alongs that I'm going to be releasing later on in this series, and they'll be more traditional in sense. But one of the traditional things that we need to cover today is one of the main building blocks, and that's the syllables that we've discussed a few times before, tadiginatom. Now, this rhythmic phrase is like crucially important for all of South Indian rhythm, and one of the key things that is done with this rhythmic phrase is the way that it's extended into different parts, different rhythmic lengths, different rhythmic units. So one of the first things that happens to it, and all of the units that derive from it, is that density is added. So tati genatom is then made into tatid da kitatom, and then da kitatom kitatom, da tadi kitatakatom, and then kitatakitakitom. So it's getting denser and denser, more and more populated, but it's still the framework of tati genatom. So that's one of the things that we're going to look at a little bit later on, is adding density to this phrase and the phrases that are derived from it. But the other thing is that's very important is how this simple phrase is then used to make units that are 6 beats, 7 beats, 8 beats, 9 beats long. And the way that is done is by adding gaps into the phrase. So you might remember the fingering that we had in a previous lesson for tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. 3 1 3 3 tom. Tati ge na 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 tom. 3 1 3 3 1 3 1 3 3. Tati ge na tom. So this is the 5-beat unit. Now to convert this into a 6-beat unit, the syllables stay the same, but a gap is added in the phrase. So we have, instead of tati ge na tom 1 2 3 4 5, we have tati ge na tom. So there's a gap after the second syllable. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. 1 2 3 4 5 6. And because we've got the syllables, we've already got the fingering for it. Tati ge na tom. So it's the same. Tati ge na tom. 3 1 3 3 tom. Now we'll just have 3 1 3 3 tom. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. Exactly the same fingering. So then for the 7, we have 2 gaps. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. And again the fingering will be the same. 3 1 3 3 tom. 3 1 3 Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 3 5 6 7. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. Tati ge na tom. So then we've got 7. We've had 5 6 7 8. Tati ge da tom. 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 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Tati ge da tom. Tati ge da tom. And the fingering's the same. Tati ge da tom. 3 1 3 3 3 1 3 3 3 1 3 3. Tati ge da tom. Tati ge da tom. Tati ge da. And then 9. Tati ge da tom. Tati ge da tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Tati ge da tom. Tati ge da. And the fingering's the same. Tati ge da. 3 1 3 3 3 1 3 3 3 1 3 3 ta. So then from that point we can go up further. So you keep the second half the same, but then you add something before it. So in this instance, to go up to 10, we'll have taka da tom, tati ki da tom, taka da tom, tati ki da tom, taka da tom, tati ki da tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So taka da tom, 3 1 3 tom. Very easy. Taka da tom, tati ki na tom. Tati ki na tom's the same. 3 1 3 3 tom. Taka da tom, tati ki na 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 tom. So from here, from 10, we easily get 11 by making the second part tati ki na tom, 6. So then we've got 5 plus 6. Taka da tom, tati ki da tom, taka da tom, tati ki na tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. Taka da tom, tati ki da tom, taka da tom, tati ki da tom, taka da tom, tati ki da tom, taka da tom. da dee get da tom. So immediately, without straining ourselves intellectually at all, are playing an 11-beat phrase. And I think one of the things about the syllables that's really important and useful is how it makes something very lyrical and easily memorable in terms of a rhythmic phrase. And I used to try out sometimes with some of my students of teaching them a rhythm without syllables and teaching it with, and when it was a complex rhythm, and they're always were quicker when there were syllables involved. So of course it's logical, we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to have taka da tom and then ta di gina tom. So then we're at 12. Taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. 1 2 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom. Fingering's the same. Taka da tom's the same. Da di gina tom. 3 1 3 3 tom. Taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom. So then up to 13. Taka da tom ta di gina tom. Taka da tom plus 8. Taka da tom ta di gina tom, taka da tom ta di gina tom, taka da tom ta di gina tom, taka da tom ta di gina tom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. 1 2 3 4 5 8 9 10 11 12 13. Taka da tom ta di gina tom, taka da tom ta di gina tom. And finally, for this chart, we're going to go up to 14. We're going to have taka da tom 5 plus 9. Taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom, taka da tom da di gina tom. So one thing to note with these patterns is that the 5 through to the 10 are very common traditionally. The 11 onwards you don't hear so often, but they are good exercises nonetheless. And those type of phrases come up a lot in different compositions and in constructing larger rhythmic compositions called core voice. So let's just look at the whole chart, and we'll just, as an exercise, we'll go through each one 4 times. So to begin with, we'll just do the 5 up to the 9. 3 4 and da-di gita tom, 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 da-di gita tom. Then we can try the same with the 10 through to the 14. 3 4 and taka da tom, da-di gita tom, 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 taka da you could put the whole thing together as one big exercise as well, if you wanted. So this is a good way to get to understand how we can get to 5 beat, 6 beat, 7 beat, 8 beat, 9 beat and onwards units in terms of compositional structure. Now, these phrases are more like coat hangers, if you would excuse the terrible comparison. But each of these phrases, it's a really spare skeletal phrase that can easily be populated with different material. So I'm just going to go through how these units, certainly from the 5 up to the 9, can be made denser by adding different notes in to build them up. Before we do that, I'm just going to qualify that with looking at a 3 and a 4 beat unit, because it's easier to start with the 3 and the 4 beat unit to clearly understand how they can be populated. So the 3 beat, obviously takita, that we've done before, and 4 beat takadimi. So let's start with the 3 beat unit. So we started with takita, 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 3 1 3 3 1 3. I'm going to change that. For now, I'm going to do 3 3 tom. So this is our starting point. Taka tom, taka tom, taka tom, taka tom. So the first way that's populated is that becomes da kita tom, da kita tom. So you've gone from taka tom, taka tom. So you've added in that little group of 2 16th notes. Da kita tom, da kita tom, da kita tom, da kita tom, da 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 kita tom, da kita tom, da. Next denser level, kita taka tom, kita taka tom, kita taka tom. So the 3 levels of the 3 beat unit. Taka tom, taka tom, taka tom, taka tom, ta kita tom, ta kita tom, ta kita tom, ta kita tom, kita taka tom, kita taka tom, kita taka tom, kita taka tom, ta. So 4 beat unit, again leading with the 3. 1 2 3 4. Taka dinna, taka dinna, taka dinna, taka dinna, taka dinna, taka dinna. The next level up from that. Da da kita tom, da da kita tom, da da kita tom, da da kita tom. And then next level up from that. Da kita taka tom, 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 da kita taka tom. And then the next level up from that. Tari kita taka tom, 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 tari kita taka tom. So all 4 units, one after the other. So this is very important in the sense that wherever you see, takadimi, takita, all of these phrases can be substituted. So in a lesson, I think in the last lesson we were doing takita, takita, dinna, takita, takita, dinna. That could be takita, takita, dinna, takita, takita, dinna, takita, or any of the 3 beat units. So it's a very useful device to be able to populate the rhythmic frameworks, the shells, the coat hangers, as I said, populate it with different rhythmic material, and then it's very easy to make lots and lots of different compositions with simple rhythmic frameworks. So now let's go on to the 5 beat unit. So remember, with the 5 beat unit at its basic skeletal shape, ta ti kit ta tom, 1 2 3 5 3 1 3 3 tom. First density level, ta ti ta kita tom, which is a phrase we've heard before in these lessons. Ta ti ta kita tom, ta ti ta kita tom, ta ti kita tom, ta ti ta kita tom, ta Next density level. Da get a dum get a dum 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 da. The fingerings are in the notation that you'll see at the bottom of the screen. Obviously, as we go through these numbers and they get bigger, there's more and more possibilities in the chain of density. So next level. Da get a daddy get a dum da get a daddy get a dum 1 2 3 4 5 da get a daddy get a dum 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 da. And the next level. Get a daddy get a dum get a daddy get a daddy get a dum get a daddy get a dum get a daddy get a daddy get a dum get a daddy get a dum get a daddy get a dum da. And finally, for the groups of 5, da da get a daddy dum 1 2 3 4 5. You'll often hear these, particularly the 5-beat phrase, you'll hear it a lot. And if you listen to Kanjira players, you'll hear this played all over the place. And you'll hear how they do the different density levels. So they might start off. So you really hear that, over and over again. And it's just using these different density levels. So what it does is it means that you've learned X amount of material and you can just play it in so many different ways with so many different density levels that it actually becomes different material completely. So now onto the 6-beat unit. Party kid da dum, party kid da dum. So then obviously the first derivation, da dee da get a dum, da dee da get a dum, da dee da get a dum, da dee da get a dum. 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 4 5 6 da dee da get a dum, da dee da get a dum, da dee da get a dum, da dee da get a dum da. Next level. Da da get a dum 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 get a dum da. The next level. Da da get a da dum da get a da dum da get a da dum. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 4 5 6. The next level. Da get a da get a dum 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 da. And the final level for the 6s. All of these are interchangeable. Wherever you see tadi kinatom at a certain level, you can substitute any of these density levels, basically. But it has to be done with attention to the progression of the piece. So if you do the first round, you would do just maybe tadi kinatom. Second round maybe tadi da kinatom, and maybe the third round. So you can't just do one fast one, then one slow one, and then it's got to have a natural progression. So 7-beat unit. Da dee kid da da dee kid da da dee kid da. First density level. Da dee da kid da 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 da. Next density level. Da dee kid da da dum 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 da. Next density level. Da da kid da dum 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 da kid da dum da da kid da dum da da kid da dum da density level. Da, get a taka dum, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da, get a taka tadi, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da, get a taka tadi, get a dum dum da, get a dum da, get a taka tadi, get a dum dum da, get a taka tadi, get a dum dum da, get a taka tadi, get a dum dum da, get a taka tadi, get a dum dum da, get a taka tadi, get a dum dum da, get a taka tadi, get a dum. Or da, get a taka tadi, get a dum 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 da. And finally, for the 7-beat unit. Onto the 8-beat unit. Da-dee, get da, dum da-dee, get da, dum da-dee, get da, dum da-dee, get da, dum. First density level. Da-dee, da, get a dum da-dee, da, 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 da, get a dum da. Next density level. Da-dee, da-dee, da, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da-dee, da, get a dum 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 da-dee. Next density level. Da-dee, get a taka dum, get a dum 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 da. The next density level. Da-dee, get a taka tadi, get a dum 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 da. We could make that more dense even with those first 3 beats, but we're going to move on to the 9-beat unit now. Da-dee, get da, da-dee, get da, da-dee, get da, da-dee. First density level. Da-dee, da, da, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da-dee, da, get a dum, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da-dee, get a taka dum, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da-dee, get a taka tadi, get a dum 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 da. Next density level. Da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, get a dum, get a taka tadi, get a dum da. And the final density level for the 9s. Da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da, taka tadi, get a taka tadi, get a dum da. So there's only one simple building block that's missing so far from this, chart of density, or whatever you want to call it, and that's the 2-beat unit. So obviously that's going to be very simple. Ta-tom is the 2-beat one. Ta-tom, ta-tom, ta-tom. The next density level. Taka-tom, 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 taka-tom. and the final one. So tak tom, first one, kita tom, second one, kita taka, third one. So which brings me on just to round this this lesson up. A good exercise, and it's really right back to the beginning again. And one of the things, when I learnt the tabla, first of all, there was a kind of propensity in my mind to think, oh well, I've learnt the early exercises, so now I could just move on to complicated things and forget about all the early stuff. But what became evident to me very soon was that all of the strength in the more advanced lessons came from the real graft that was done on the simple stuff. And so hence we're going now back to the very first thing of all of these from the Kanjira introduction, in fact, and that is this exercise. So we're going to start off 4 closed, 3, 4, and open. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and just slowly work the speed up. So this is a really good exercise. Spend a lot of time with it, even at a slower tempo. Get very strong with that, and I'll see you next time. Don't forget, like, subscribe, all of that stuff. It's everywhere, all over the screen, down there, across there, in there, up there. See you later. Hi, welcome back. We're going to be delving a little bit further into the 3 and the 5 beat units that we were looking at in the last lesson, and we're going to see how we can use partitioning and rearrangement to compose different rhythms from those with our basic Kanjira technique. So to begin with, the 2 phrases that we're going to look at is the 3 beat phrase of ta kita tom. You remember from the lesson last time of adding density, so it was initially ta kita, and then ta ta tom, and then ta kita tom. So ta kita tom, our 3 beat unit, 1 2 3, 1 2 3, and our 5 beat unit, which in the beginning was ta ti kena tom, and now is ta kita tom. 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5, 1 2 3 4 5 1. So we're going to start to put those together with partitions. So in the way that we used similar principle for the 3-3-2 and then 3-2-3 and 2-3-3 and etc. in a previous lesson, now we've got 3 and a 5. So obviously that adds up to 8. So if we just do 1 3 and 1 5, then then we've got an 8 beat phrase. So it's pretty simple, straightforward stuff. Or slower if you're more comfortable at a slower tempo. So that's the starting point. So now we're just going to arrange that in different ways. So the first thing to do is to do 2 of each. Of course, it will still add up to a derivation of an 8 beat rhythm. So we'll have 3 3 5 5. Ta kita tom ta kita tom ta ti da dum da di da get da dum da get da dum da get da dum da di da get da dum da di da get da dum. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5. Or 5 5 3 3. Da di da get da dum da di da get da dum da get da dum da get da dum. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 1 2 3. So when we hear phrases like that played at that speed, it definitely reminds us of what we would hear with great Kanjira players. So next up, 5 3 3 5. 3 4 and. So there's lots of ways that we can put these units together. Let's just have a look at this little chart of 5s and 3s. All you've got to remember is that you need equal numbers of 5s and 3s to make up 8. So, you know, it could be as long as you want, really. One of the things that I like to use for rhythms like this, when you've got two unequal units making up a whole bar, you know, it could be, here we've got 5 and 3, equaling 8. It could be 4 and 3 equaling 7, you know, or 5 and 4 equaling 9. Whatever it is, you've got an A and you've got a B, and then you can start to delve into any book of stickings where you've got, you know, A-B symmetrical stickings, like the paradiddle, for example, and you take the form from the sticking and you use that to do the divisions. So for example, right, left, right, right, left, right, left, left could be A, B, A, A, B, A, B, B, which would be, you know, 3, 5, 3, 3, 5, 3, 5, 5. So in your mind, there's a lot of ways you can, when you've got two unequal units that make up a time signature, there's a lot that you can do with on the fly and know that you're going to come out on the downbeat or the desired exit point. And you know, it's a great methodology. So for example, and then you've ended, that's the paradiddle with the threes and the 5s. And if you heard that, you wouldn't necessarily know, you know, what had happened. It's just like, it's this kind of weird thing that's because you've got the odd units, and although they're equal with the right and the left and the same numbers, it's going to come out right. It just, because they're unequal in the middle, you're kind of off the beat a little bit. Right, let's look at some other examples with different length units. We're going to have 3s and 2s. It's going to be 3 3 2 as we did previously in another lesson, but of course instead of takita we're going to have da kita dum, and instead of ta dum we're going to have kita dum. 3 4 and da kita dum, da kita dum, kita dum, da kita dum, da kita dum, kita dum, da kita dum, da kita dum, kita dum, da kita dum, da kita dum, kita dum. Then 3 2 3, 3 4 and da kita dum, kita dum, da kita dum, da kita dum, kita dum, da and then 2, 3, 3. And then 3, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3. 3, 4, and da, get da dum, da, get da dum, get da dum, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, get da dum, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum. And then 2, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, and get da dum, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, get da dum, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum, da, get da dum. Now, some different length units. We're going to have 5, 4, and 2. We're going to have 5, 5, 4, 2, adding up to 16. 3, 4. And then that can be rearranged 2, 5, 4, 5, 3, 4. It's a pretty cool thing. Really feels like it's kind of going around off the beat. Get a dum da dit da, get a dum da da, get a dum da dit da, get a dum, get a dum da dit da, get a dum da da, get a dum da dit da, get a dum da. So we can rearrange these units in many, many different ways. This is really just scratching the surface of possibilities. So you can start to take some of the material from the last lesson, some of those different building blocks, some of the different levels of density of the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 phrases, and put them together either in couples that you can use A, B, and then easy to work within a time signature and improvise, or more involved partitioning of more than 2 units, and then rearrange those, because they each have different benefits really. Like the unequal units, the 2 unequal units is kind of easy to remember, so it's easy to compose with, whereas when you get, like in the last instance, you have 3 different units, and you can rearrange those. And then if you start to rearrange them over a longer period of time, you start to get some really interesting and offbeat possibilities. So that's that for this lesson. Next time we're going to start to look at a few traditional based play-alongs. So we'll be taking a lot of the material that we've learned so far, and we kind of work out how we can start to piece that together into some more traditional style compositions. So I hope to see you soon. Don't forget, like and subscribe, and buy a shaker. Welcome to the first of the play-along series for Kanjira. They're going to be short pieces and loosely classical, traditional in nature. Now I need to explain a little bit about how South Indian solo structure works for percussion before we get into this, and I also need to talk a little bit about syllables and some of the ambiguities and complications there are in employing syllables from the parent drum mridangam on instruments such as Kanjira or Gatam, where there aren't that many sounds. So first of all, I want to talk about solo form. I'm going to try and do it as briefly as I can, but I'm going to do another video at some point on comparing North and South Indian solo structure, the way that it works in performance. But to summarize it very briefly, South Indian percussion solo involves you're starting out with a basic groove, where let's say we're in 8 beats Adi Tala. You'd have the basic groove, and then you sew themes into that groove flow, and then you bring those themes in more and more regularly until you end with a large composition based on the themes that you've sewn into the rhythm, for example. So in the lesson we're going to be looking at today, the play along today, the basic groove is the very common Adi Tala groove. Ta dim na ta ta dim na ka ta ta dim na dim dim nam ta dum ta dim dim na dim dim na ta dim dim na ta dim dim ka ta ta dim dim. So that's the groove. That's the first groove. Normally the first groove that a South Indian percussionist will play when they're creating a solo, when they're starting to develop a solo. That's a very strident, it's very definitely laying down a foundation, almost like a kind of quarter note, sort of solid foundation to build on. And then they'll introduce themes into it. So in the instance of, let's use a different theme, because I'll come around to the actual theme we're going to be using. The theme could be, for example, ta dim na ta ta dim na kita dim na dittum kita dim. So that's the phrase they've introduced. Dittum kita dim na dim 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 na kita dim na dittum kita dim ta dim ta dim dim na dim dim kita dim na dim dim. And so they'll start introducing the theme and some of the little modular parts of that theme that will get used in the final composition, called a corvoy. So what will happen from then, in this point, they've introduced the theme, they've got the rhythm going, there'll be someone on stage clapping a time cycle. Now in this instance the time cycle is clap, finger, 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 clap, wave, clap, wave. 8 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there'll be someone on stage clapping that. If it's a singer, then they'll be doing the time cycle. If it's say violin, for example, and percussion, then there'd be another person on stage specifically just to clap the time cycle. It's that important in the way everything's hung on that time cycle, all the rhythm work, everything that happens. So you've got the time cycle going on, you've got the rhythm has been stated, the theme has been introduced, and then it's what's called korepu, which basically means reduction. So if we had that phrase, what din da 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 dim na kita dim na dittum kita after that, that's at the end of the cycle, it would be more frequent. So da dim na dittum kita dim na dittum kita more and more frequent. So this is a very simple phrase and a simple time cycle, just to explain how it's working. And then when they've done that, when they've introduced the theme, they've established the rhythm, introduced the theme, done the reduction, the korepu, introduced the theme more regularly, then they'll have the concluding ending. So I mean, it was a very, very simple. Very simple ending. There are a lot more complicated endings than that, and we'll be looking at some of those in these play-alongs. So that's how it will start out. And then, you know, if it was just a soloist, then they would do, you know, maybe do another version of the same thing, as in establish the same rhythm, a different theme and different ending, and then they might move on to, you know, a different groove level. Dum dimmy num tut num dimmy num tut num dimmy num ketaka dum dimmy num tut num dimmy num ketaka dum dimmy num tut num dimmy, or dum tut tut dim tut tut dim tut tut dim tak ketaka dum tut tut dim tut tut dim tut tut dim tak ketaka dum, or num tut num dim num tut num dim num tut num dim num tut num dim num. So these are some basic groove levels into which you know, a theme would be sewn, and then, or introduced, and then a conclusion. So that's the basic structure to begin with. They'll be laying down these rhythmic foundations, introducing rhythmic themes, and then resolving them with you know, poetic compositions, normally involving patterns of rhythm repeated 3 times, designed so as to end on the downbeat. We'll get into all that later on. Now, if this was a group solo, then what would happen is that each percussionist would take their turn. So percussionist A would play the foundation rhythm, and then a composition, you know, to resolve that. Then person B would do the similar thing. Then person A again with a different rhythm and a different theme. Person B, different rhythm, different theme, and they'd kind of work their way together towards the next section of the solo. Now, if that was a group solo, then that would involve a question and answer where the phrases get shorter and shorter. And you know, a soloist can also do a similar type of thing with different phrases. Again, it's called a korepu, where they're reducing phrases and then building up to more of a you know, a drum rolling type thing. Dum dadaka dum dadaka dum da dum dadaka dum dadaka dum da dum dadaka dum dadaka dum dadaka dum dadaka dum dadaka dum and then when they're at this level, they start to do rolling and embellish that, get some different accents in different phrases, and then they'll build up towards what's called a mora and corvoy ending. And mora is a very specific composition. I'm going to cover that in one of the konnakol explanations elsewhere on my YouTube site. And at a later date, we'll get around to doing mora for Kanjira as well here. But anyway, they'll do that, and then they'll do a big elaborate composition to end with. So that's kind of the structure of a very, very brief explanation of the structure of a South Indian solo. And so the next thing to go on to is the phonetics. Okay, and that's, you know, it confuses people a lot because it's complicated. Now, if you let's just boil it back down to being on the parent drum, the mridangam. Now, obviously, there's so many different sounds on that drum that the syllables can easily, you know, represent all of those sounds. Similarly, on the tabla, you know, you've got the sound on the rim of the drum is na, the inner rim is tin, the sound on the black spot, the gab, is te, the open bass sound is ge, the closed sound on the bass tabla is ke. You have ge on the bass tabla and na together, and that's da. You have get and one of the closed sounds on the black spot, te, then that becomes de. So basically you have a whole really elaborate language that's come from all of the different sounds that are on the drum, combined in lots of different ways to make other sounds, and it's an absolute thing. I mean, there's a lot of ambiguities in that as well, but put simply, you know, you can imagine the complex language of South Indian percussion could easily be represented on on a drum such as the Mridangam, where there are so many different sounds and tones. But of course the Kanjira and the Ghatam, not so. Obviously it's really got two sounds, but the syllables that you learn are the syllables from the parent drum, the Mridangam. So you might have dit-tum kitataka tigutango kitataka, but you're going to play it, you know, just on two sounds. And so, I mean, some people have tried to make a language for Kanjira. The specific notes are, but you know, it's silly really, because the language from the Mridangam is so amazingly rich and complete that why would you want to change it? And you know, there's only two sounds on the Kanjira pretty much anyway, so you know, just you've got to learn those syllables. And so what that means when you're learning the Kanjira, and it's why I haven't really gone too far into the syllables so far, because I want people to get some technique together, and then you can start to go into the you know, the ambiguity of the syllables, and you know what they mean and where they come from, and how confusing it is to recite them on the Kanjira, because there's only two sounds on the Kanjira and dozens of different syllables that you can find, you know, in Mridangam compositions. So even with this composition that we're going to be looking at today, there's a lot of ambiguities with the syllables, but really the syllables are just a guideline. So with many compositions, Kanjira players would recite the same syllables but play something completely different. So it's something to not be too hung up on. You know, you can kind of read between the lines with it all, really. So the main rhythm for this, ta, dim, dim, na, totally open. I'm not doing any pitch bend. Ta, dim, dim, na. That's the core of it. Just 4 quarter notes. Ta, dim, dim, na. Second time, ta, ta, dim, dim. Third time, kita taka dim, dim, na. Dim, dim, na. Ta, dim, dim, na. Ta, ta, dim, dim, na. Kita taka dim, dim, na. Dim, dim, na. Ta, dim, dim, na. Ta, ta, dim, dim, na. Kita taka dim, dim, na. Dim, dim, na. Ta, dim, dim, na. Ta, ta, dim, dim, na. Kita taka dim, dim, na. Dim, dim, na. Ta. So that's the basic groove. Now, you know, as I've said in some of the other lessons, it would never ever be played exactly like that. You know, when, even though that's the kind of level, that's the vibe of the main groove, a Dingan player would be ta, dim, na, dim, na, dim, dim, na, dim, dim, nam taka dum ta dim, na, dim, dim, na, dim, dim, na, ta ta dim, ta dim, ta ta dim, na, dim. Very, very, you know, kind of moving around it in the same way that I said, if, you know, if you had 8th notes written out on a drum score, you're not just going to do that on the hi-hat, you know, and expect to keep the gig. So it's this is the guideline rhythm. For this one, I'm just keeping it straight for the first play along. So, you know, it's easy to follow. So you can easily see the fingering. Ta, dim, dim, na. No pitch bend needed. Ta, dim, dim, na. Ta, ta. The second time, ta, 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 dim, dim. Third time, kita taka dim, dim, na. Dim, dim, na. Ta. So then we're going to have the theme that's coming in, and this is where the first vocal ambiguity comes in. Now the theme is very, very simple in comparison to what we've been doing in the lessons so far. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. That's the theme that's coming in. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. Now they're the syllables that I'm going to use. They're the syllables that I've written in the notation. But actually, it would always be recited as tata kuku taka dina tom. Tata kuku taka dina. Not ta-ta tum tum ta tum tum ta. I'm doing ta-ta tum tum ta tum tum ta simply because it's easier to understand what's happening. So you'd have, the theme would be introduced, as I explained earlier on, towards the fourth quarter of that. Ta dim na ta ta dim na kita taka dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim na ta ta dim. So that's the theme introduced. So then you have the korepu, where the theme is introduced at half intervals to that. So ta dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta. The next part. This is a very easy play along, trust me. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. That's the ending, the final part. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. So this is a good play along just to explain the framework and have something that's not too challenging technically to play. So that's basically the structure of it. The last part would be called an arudi in South India. There are numerous names for it actually. Through the lessons I'm going to generally refer to it, those thrice type phrases, as T-highs because it's more commonly known. Obviously that's a North Indian phrase, T-high. But I think it's very clear what it is. So basically it's a phrase repeated 3 times and it ends on the downbeat. So 6, 7, 8. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. Recited at half speed, so it's easier to understand. Then at double speed. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. Ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. So you see the third tum becomes the downbeat of the rhythm. And so it's a T high, it's a rhythmic cadence repeated 3 times, whatever is the best way for you to understand what it is. But it's a super important device in Indian percussion and Indian rhythm, like phrases repeated 3 times, sometimes very, very long phrases. 3/11s, for example, is 33, so that's landing on the downbeat after 2 bars of 16 or 4 bars of 8. So we're going to get a lot into that later. So for now, that's the bedrock of this play along. So I'm going to put it up on the screen and play along. 3, 4, and ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na dim dim na ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na dim dim na ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta tum. 3, 4, and ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na dim dim na ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na dim dim na ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim dim na ta ta dim dim na ta 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 dim dim na ta ta tum tum ta tum tum ta ta dim dim na ta ta dum dum ta dum dum ta 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 dim dim na ta ta dum dum ta dum dum ta 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 dum dum ta dum dum ta dum ta ta dum dum ta dum dum ta dum ta ta dum dum ta dum dum ta dum. Welcome to the second play along. This time we're going to be developing what we did in the first play along, but with a slightly different theme. So if you didn't see the first play along, do pop back over to that video and check out, because I talk about the rhythm and how different themes get sewn into the phraseology of the groove and the rhythm, and then concludes with a thrice ending. So the rhythm is pretty much the same as we did last time, but we're going to play it in a more idiomatic way. Now, last time we did continuous quarter notes. Da dim dim na, da da dim dim na, get a dim dim na, da dim dim na, da dim. So this time we're going to be leaving out one of those quarter notes in the rhythm, and this is much more the way that it would be played traditionally. Da dim na, da da dim na, get a dim na, da da dum dum da da dim na, da da dim na, get a dim na, dim dim na, da dim na, da da dim na, get a dim na, dim dim da da dum da dim na, da da dim na, get a dim na, dim dim na da. So this is the real basic groove that you would always hear a Mridangam player or soloist, percussion soloist, start out their South Indian solo with. So the phrase that we're going to have today is slightly different than last time, but the actual time that it takes up is the same. So last time we had ta ta dum dum ta ta din na dum, which was recited ta ta dum dum ta dum dum ta dum. So this time the phrase is going to be slightly different, and it's going to be dum gita taka dum ta dum. So that's the phrase. 1 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1 3 1. Dum gita taka dum ta dum. Dum gita taka dum ta dum, which is basically 3 3 2. Dum gita taka 3, dum gita taka 3, dum ta 2. So the fingering again, 1 1 3 1 3. It's very what we did in all the previous lessons, and if you haven't been to the seen the previous lessons, it's very important that you check those through before you move along to these play alongs, because there's a lot of talk about the technique, holding the drum, striking the drum, how the tones are sounded, and all of that material is all in those previous lessons. So go back and check those out. They're all in the same playlist, so they're fairly easy to find. So let's integrate that now into our phrase, into our groove. Ta dim na, ta ta dim na, get a dim na, dum get a dum ta ta dim na, ta ta dim na, get a dim na, dum get a dum ta ta. And then we have the korepu, which is the reduction. So basically the phrase comes in half the distance from where it was before. So if we were in the fourth quarter in the first rendition and the second rendition, then now it's going to be in the second and fourth quarter. Ta dim na dum get a dum ta ta dim na dum get a dum ta. So then finally we've got the ending. Now you could play this ending two different ways. So the first is a simple T-high structure. Dum gita taka dum ta dum. Dum gita taka dum ta dum. Tom, kita taka tom, kita taka tom, ta tom. So that's taking 8 beats, and the clapping cycle. 1, then the first finger, then the second finger, then the third finger, clap, wave, clap, wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tum, kita taka tum, ta tum, gap. Tum, kita taka tum, ta tum, gap. Tum, kita taka tum, ta tum. So that's the simplest way to play it. You play the same phrase 3 times. Tum, kita taka tum, ta tum. Tum, kita taka tum, ta tum. Tum, kita taka tum, ta tum. Now the alternative way, and the way that I've written in the notation here, is that you make a kind of like a micro T high out of the last part of the overall T high, and it will sound like this: Tom kita taka tum ta tum, gap. Tom kita taka tum ta tum, kita taka tum ta tum, kita taka tum ta tum. So it's just a slight alteration that makes the arudi or the T high or the conclusion that little bit more interesting. Tom kita taka tum ta tum. Tom kita taka tum ta tum. Kita taka tum ta tum. Kita taka tum ta tum. And again, the fingering is the same as the basic phrase. Or the amended one. So this, realignment and shifting and changing and rearrangement of different rhythmic components is very common as we go into the more into some of these play-alongs. There's a lot of that is going to become evident as to see how you can shift things around. Bear in mind, it's very much a living rhythmic culture. So people that come along, they're kind of adding and changing and amending, and not in a radical way. They very much believe in the lineage of their ancestors and the elders, and then within those boundaries they kind of make some changes and add their own personal voices to a lot of these compositions. So let's go on to the play along. We're going to have, as in the last one, we're going to have one run through with me playing the Kanjira. And then we're going to have another run through with just the voice and the talam played on a shaker. So it's kind of a good way to to do both, and you can hear what I'm playing, and then work your technique towards that. So I hope you enjoy this play along. Do like and subscribe, because not everyone does. Something like 30% of people that look at the videos aren't subscribed, so it does make a huge difference, if for nothing else, for people to get the alerts when new videos come out. And there will be more if enough people get on board and support the channel. So here's the play along. 3, 4 and dim na dim na dim. Three, 4 and ta dim na ta dim na kita taka dim na tum kita taka tum ta dim na ta dim na kita taka dim na tum kita taka tum ta dim na tum kita taka tum ta dim na tum kita taka tum ta kita taka tum ta Tom kita taka tom ta tom kita taka tom ta tom kita taka tom ta tom. Welcome to the next play along. So this time we're going to look at a slightly different solo phrase, but the rhythmic structure is going to be more or less the same. Now remember that these rhythmic structures are always improvised on by Madingan players or Kanjira players or konnakol artists or whoever. So what I'm giving you here is really just a rough framework of what you can do to get started with this idea of imposing rhythmic motifs into the flow of general time playing. So last time we had dum gita taka dum gita taka dum da dum as our main solo phrase. Now we're going to rearrange that slightly, and we're going to have dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum da dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum da. So it's the same components, we've just rearranged them. The fingering will stay the same. Dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum da 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3 1 3 1. So there's the basic pattern. So that will get put into the fourth quarter as before with the first and the second play alongs. If you didn't see those play alongs, do pop back and have a look at them. And if you're not sure of the techniques or how to hold the drum and all of that stuff, then that's all in the extensive course that's in the same playlist, Kanjira Basics. So let's just impose that into the flow of time. Same structure as before. Da dim na da da dim na gita taka dim na dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum da dim na da da dim na gita taka dim na dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum. Then the korepu, where we have that solo phrase in the second and the fourth quarter of the time cycle. Da dim na dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum da dim na dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum. And then a simple conclusion, repeated 3 times, similar structure as play alongs 1 and 2. Dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum dum. Dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum dum. Dum da gita taka dum gita taka dum dum. And the fingering is exactly the same, with kitataka leading with the one finger. Now you can end with a tum at the end or a ta, depending on what you're going to go into. Next. So dum da kitataka dum dum is the one option, ending with the tum, or dum da kitataka dum da dum da kitataka dum da dum da kitataka dum dum, or ta at the end. So that's the basis of this play along. So delve in. It's going to be repeated through once with me playing the Kanjira, and then the second time is the option where there's just my konnakol and a shaker keeping time. 3, 4 and dim na ta dim na ka dim na dum da ka dum da dim na ta dim na ka dim na dum da ka dum da dim na dum da ka dum da dim na dum da ka dum dum da ka dum dum da ka dum dum da ka dum dum. 3, 4 and ta dim na ta dim na kita taka dim na dum ta kita taka dum da dim na ta dim na kita taka dim na dum ta kita taka dum da dim na dum ta kita taka dum da dim na dum ta kita taka dum dum da kita taka dum 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 ta kita taka dum 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 ta kita taka dum dum. Welcome to the next play along. We're going to be staying with the same rhythmic structure, but we're going to start to get a little bit more elaborate now with the phraseology that we bring into the flow of time. Now, up to this point in time, we've just been bringing simple phrases into the the time signature into the tile, and then repeating them 3 times. And so that gives us the concept really of what we're aiming for. But when there are more elaborate compositions and endings, then a lot of those individual components get sewn into the flow of time individually in the same way, and then in a reduced ratio, and then finally with an elaborate ending. So when one of these endings has multiple parts, often the individual parts are sewn into the flow of time. So we're going to be going back to the phrase that we learned in some of the previous lessons in the actual main course, not the play-alongs, and we're going to start with our 5-beat unit. Ta, ti, ki, na, tom. 3, 1, 3, 3, tom. Ta, ti, ki, na, 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 tom. Ta. And then we had different versions of that. We started to add gaps in it to make it different lengths, to make it longer. So tati gena tom with one gap becomes from 5 to 6. Tati gena tom, tati gena tom, tati gena tom. And then 2 gaps to 7. Tati gena tom, tati gena tom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. And the fingering is exactly the same. Tati gena tom, 3, 1, 3, 3 tom. Tati gena tom, 3, 1, 3, 3 tom. Tati gena tom, 3, 1, 3, 3 tom. So it's very logical. The fingerings are pretty self-explanatory. And so now let's look at how it gets sewn into the time flow. So the time cycle is going to be basically the same. We're still in Arditala, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 with the clapping cycle. We talked about that in the last couple of play-alongs, so go back and look at that if you're not absolutely sure. So the basic time cycle that we've got, that we're keeping for now. Remember, this is the time cycle that a South Indian percussion soloist would always start their solo with. Ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na dim dim na ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na dim dim na ta. So now first of all we're going to put the 5-beat phrase into that time flow. I mean, normally you'd be playing that time around for a little bit, you know, on stage, you know, they're playing time, they're working out what they're going to play next. So if you want to play time before and then go into the composition and introducing the phrases that we're introducing, the 5, 6 and 7 note phrases, then do that. So here's the 5-beat phrase integrated at the end of that rhythmic passage. Ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na ta ti kita tom ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na ta ti kita tom. So one of the keys to being able to play some of these odd phrases is that you count off the gaps with a set of syllables. So for example, I'd be playing ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na ta kita ta ti kita tom. I think ta kita ta. In my mind, that 3 is being counted off. It's easy, obviously, with a phrase like ta ti kita tom. You probably don't need to do it, but when the phrases get more complicated, it's a very useful device to employ. So it's good to get into the habit of doing that. Ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na ta kita ta ti kita tom ta dim. You obviously don't play ta kita, you're just thinking that. So next phrase is the 6-beat phrase integrated in the same place. Ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na ta ti kita tom ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim na ta ti kita tom. So again, you can have a little rhythmic phrase that you think in your mind, and then the actual phrase that you're going to play. So in this instance, it would be taka tati kinatom, taka ta dim na ta ta dim na kita tika dim, na taka ta di kita tum ta dim. So next the 7-beat phrase. Ta dim, na ta ta dim, na kita tika dim, na ta di kita tum ta dim, na ta ta dim, na kita tika dim, na ta di kita tum ta. So that's the first introduction of the themes. And then we're going to move on to the koreipu, the reduction. So they get introduced a little bit more regularly. First of all, the 5-beat phrase. Ta dim, na ta, ta ti kita tum ta dim, na ta, ta ti kita tum. Then the 6-beat phrase. Ta dim, na ta, ta ti kita tum ta dim, na ta, ta ti kita tum. Then the 7-beat phrase. Ta dim, na ta ti kita tum ta dim, na ta ti kita tum. And at this point we're going to go on to the slightly more elaborate ending. So the endings in South Indian traditional music are normally very, very long. This is not so long, but it's longer than we've done before, so it will seem as though it's quite extended. So we've got our 3 themes that we've sewn, or our 3 versions of the same theme that we've sewn into the time flow. Tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum. 5, 6, 7. So this composition involves playing 5 3 times, followed by a gap, 6 3 times, followed by a gap, and then 7 3 times, and you end on the downbeat. So to make the mathematics work, the gap is 5. So the overall composition would sound like this. With our clapping cycle, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7, 8, and tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta. Tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta. Tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta. So that you've got a gap of 5. Tati kinatum, ta 2, 3, 4, 5, and then tati kinatum, ta 2, 3, 4, 5. So again, as I said earlier, we're counting takita and then tati kinatum to be able to, put the solo phrase into the time flow. Similarly, we have a set of syllables that is used specifically just to count gaps, and this principle is massively important, especially when things start to get a little bit more complicated than they are at the moment. So the syllables for this gap, the gap of 5, is ta, aga, ta, aga, ta, aga, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that gap actually becomes, to the listener, it just sounds like a gap, and the rhythm has come in at a different place, and how did they do that? Especially when the compositions get more complicated. But in this instance, the gap is kind of part of the composition. All of the things that are put together with Indian rhythmic work is phrases and gaps, but the gaps are as specifically counted as the phrases. It's not just a bit of empty time and then you try and come in where you should come in for the next phrase. It's very carefully constructed with the gaps. So the syllables with this, if you were to count the gap as well, tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta, aga, tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta, aga, tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum 1. And you could repeat that through 3 times, the whole thing, just start again, or you could just repeat it once. Tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta, tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta, tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum ta. And the fingering is all the same. All you need to do is remember a 1 fingering. Tati kinatum, 3 1 3 3 tum. Tati kinatum, tati kinatum, tati kinatum, ta ah katati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta ah katati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta. Sometimes you'll see, particularly on Mridangam, you have to do that when you say Mridangam. Mridangam, try that at home. Anyway, yeah, you'll often hear the player playing the gaps, the gap phrases, as little ghost notes. And it's really it kind of becomes a little bit of the musical structure, the structure of the rhythm. It kind of sounds like a cool little addition. Not everyone does that, but I've heard that quite a lot with different players. So that's the form of this play along. We've got introduced the 5, the 6 and the 7 on the longer version of the time cycle. Then we introduced the 5, the 6 and the 7, shorter version of the time cycle, and then the ending. Before I go on to put the play along notation up, I'll just also say there's an alternative ending that I put on at the end. So I'll just explain that now, and then I'll leave the notation and the playing up as the reference. So far we've got 5-5-5 gap, 6-6-6 gap, 7-7-7 downbeat. Now, we've spoken before about, rearranging different rhythmic components and different things that we find in South Indian music. So this is no different. This can be rearranged, in many different ways. So one of those ways is to, instead of having 5-5-5, 6-6-6, 7-7-7, you have 5-6-7 gap, 5-6-7 gap, 5-6-7. It gives a completely different take on the rhythmic structure. 7, 8 and tati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta ah tati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta ah tati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta. So with this, you wouldn't repeat that 3 times. With the other one, 5-5-5, 6-6-6, 7-7-7, you can go around and repeat that 3 times. But with this, it wouldn't quite work in that way for I don't know, poetic reasons, I suppose, what you'd say. But all of these things you learn as you get deeper into the music. You learn, what goes where and when it can work. Now remember that the fingerings are the same. Tati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta. 3-1-3-3 tum 3-1 3-3 tum 3-1 3-3 tum ta tati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta tati kinatum tati kinatum tati kinatum ta. Now, one of the important things as you start to get it a little bit faster, don't worry, the notation's coming soon. When you've got 2 doubles, try and focus on accenting, not in an audible way, just in giving it a little bit more emphasis, accenting the second one, and then it makes them sound clear. If I don't accent the second one, it's a little bit sloppy. So the fact that you're accenting the second one means that the energy is going into that point, and you also hear the first one. So that's another little thing to bear in mind. Now, as I've said many times before we get to the notation, enough said. Something like 30% people aren't subscribed. So yeah, please do that. Share it. Try and make the channel happen. If it happens, there'll be more stuff. If it doesn't, there won't. And 3, 4. Alternative ending, 3, 4, and tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta. 3, 4, and ta dim na ta ta dim na kita kita dim na tati kita tum ta dim na ta ta dim na kita kita dim na tati kita tum ta dim na ta ta dim na kita kita dim na tati kita tum ta dim na ta ta dim na kita kita dim na tati kita tum ta dim na ta ta dim na kita kita dim na tati kita tum ta dim na ta ta dim na kita kita dim na tati kita tum ta dim na ta tati kita tum ta dim ta ta tati kita tum ta dim na ta tati kita tum ta dim ta ta tati kita tum ta dim na tati kita tum ta dim na tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta. Alternative ending, 3, 4, and tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta. Well, to the next play along. That's the theme of the of this play along. So do watch for a little bit more guidance on playing that short phrase. Now, it's comprised of components that we've looked at before in the actual main course, and we had 3, 4, and 5. Ta kita tum. So 3, 1, 3 tum. Ta ta kita tum. 3, 3, 1, 3 tum. Ta ta kita tum. 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. So these were components that came up in our adding density to the different rhythmic units in the previous part of the course. So we'll put those together just as a phrase to practice, and this is our solo phrase that will be brought into the time cycle. Ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum ta kita tum ta ta kita tum ta ti ta kita tum. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's our basic phrase that we're going to be bringing into the time cycle. You're going to have to spend a little bit of time with that. This is going to be a little bit more time consuming for yourselves getting this phrase together if you've just started out with this course. So make sure you spend enough time with that phrase to be able to play it comfortably at the speed that you want to, with learning this overall structure that we're going to put together now. Now, so far the rhythm that we've had is ta dim na ta ta dim na dim na dim dim na ta dim. So this is the basic groove. This is normally the first groove that percussion soloists will play in their solo. They might do 2 versions of that and 2 different themes and corvoys and resolutions, and then they'll go on to a different different groove. So there's lots of different grooves that they can go on to. Very lyrical, you know, grooves that you would hear on the mridangam, for example. Tum dimmi num ta num dim num ta num dimmi num kitadaga tum dimmi num ta num dim num ta num dimmi num kitadaga tum kitadaga num ta num. This is really cool, sort of very common phrase that they'll go into at this point. We're going to go into something slightly more accessible, and this will be based on a very simple groove. 3, 4, and dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dum dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dum dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dum dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dum dum. So 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 3 3 1 3 3 1. So this is a really cool, you know, time level for people to play. It gives a lot of space for the solo phrases when they come in, because it's a very calm, you know, rivers running very calmly with this groove. It's not an angular sort of you know, pointed groove. It's a very calm groove, and then you can play it quite subtly and start to bring the solo phrases in. So again, they're going to be integrated into the composition at the end of the you know, the fourth quarter, then the second and the fourth quarter, and then the ending. So our phrase is 3 beats long. 3 notes long. So we're going to have 5 dum ta ta dim, or actually a bar of 4, and then start the bar again with a dum ta ta dim, and then the solo phrase. So that would sound like this: 3 4 and dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim dum ta ta dim ta kita dum ta ta kita dum ta ta kita dum dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim dum ta ta dim ta kita dum ta kita dum ta ta kita dum dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim dum ta 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 kita dum ta kita dum ta ta kita dum dum ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dim ta ta dum dum ta ta dim ta kita dum ta kita dum ta kita dum. And you can hear how the solo phrase kind of pokes out, you know, pops out, and is very visible from the calm time flow of the rhythm. So again, establish the time before. If you're playing this, obviously with the play-alongs, you know, there's one round of the actual supportive groove, and then into the composition. But you know, if you're practicing this at home with a metronome, developing it at a slower tempo, then you know, get really comfortable with that time cycle, because it's such a it's got such a great feel to it. Or at a slower tempo. And make sure you spend a good amount of time really focusing on the feel of it. It's got to feel. It's got to feel. Not like very stiff and boring and uninteresting. It's groovy, even slow. It's got a real feel and a lilt to it. So rarely in performance would this be played continuously in this way. It would be improvised on, as I mentioned with the other rhythms. Whatever comes into the mind of the performer. So next we'd have the korepu, where the phrase is brought in more regularly, as in the second line. So we just have tom ta ta dim ta get da tom ta ta get da tom ta dim ta get da tom tom ta ta dim ta get da tom dim ta get da tom ta dim ta get da tom. So that's twice, and then we're getting round or four times actually, depending on the tempo of the time cycle being clapped. Again, this is in 8 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I talk about the clapping cycle in previous lessons. So then we're moving on to the ending. So this is similar to the last play along in that the ending has gaps of 5 in it. But we're going to extend the ending, so after the portion where there's the gaps of 5, we then have some other repeats of the phrase and another gap, and then the ending. So it'll kind of make sense when you hear it. So to begin with, we have our phrase da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gap. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 da kita dum dit da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sometimes it's good to abstract little sections of compositions out so you can get more comfortable with them, so you can kind of learn how the gaps work, so you're not sort of necessarily forced into having to do the whole composition every time. You can do small little components. So in this instance, we'll be doing that. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or a bit slower. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. Da 2, 3, 4, 5. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum da 2, 3, 4, 5. So then when we kind of get used to that, then you can start to work towards the whole composition. So we have that 3 times. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum ta. Da kita dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum ta. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum ta. So up to that point, we've had phrase, gap, phrase, gap, phrase. Okay, so from that point on, we have the last tati da kita dum repeats with a gap of 4. And then that comes back round to the downbeat. So if you hear the whole thing, it will make sense. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3, 4. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 1, 2, 3. Da dit da kita dum da 2, 3, 4. Da dit da kita dum da. So that's the structure of it. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 5. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 5. Da kita dum dit da kita dum da dit da kita dum. 4. Da dit da kita dum. 4. Da dit da kita dum. Downbeat. Ta get a dum dit ta get a dum dat dit ta get a dum ta 2 3 4 5 ta get a dum dit ta get a dum dat dit ta 1 2 3 4 5 ta get a dum dit ta get a dum dat dit ta get a dum ta dat dit ta get a dum ta dat dit ta get a dum ta. So again, now we're coming back. Remember we had in the last lesson counting gaps. Ta 2 3 4 5 ta ga 4 ta ah. Now you might think that counting 4, who can't count 4? You don't need to have a special counting syllable to count 4. But in actual fact, when these go off the beat, it's really important to have a set of phonetics to count any sort of gap. So 8. Da get a dum dit da get a dum dat dit da get a dum ta da get a dum dit get a dum dat dit da get a dum ta da get a dum dit da get a dum dat dit da get a dum ta dat dit da get a dum ta dat dit da get a dum ta. So that's the composition. It's important to play it and clap the talam and recite the syllables. Remember the talam: 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And you'll often see people on stage clapping in, elaborate ways, particularly if they're quite ego-based performers. Anyway, it does happen. It really does happen. And the best thing is sometimes if you look at the audience, once you know the music, you can kind of see through a lot of the stuff. And if sometimes you watch the audience and the audience is there clapping the time cycle, and sitting in the front row sometimes completely wrong, nowhere near what it is actually, just pretentiously, look, I know what's happening with the music. It's like I remember going to a classical concert once, and there was a woman next to me, orchestral concert, Western orchestra, and there's a woman next to me reading the score, and I remember this so well, not only because she was reading the score, she probably looked 20 bottles of perfume on, I think. It was just like unbearable, the whole thing. And anyway, and I didn't like the music either. There's another twist to the tale. Anyway, she's reading it through potentially like, classical music, this is delightful, darling. And and it finished, and there was still about 4 pages to go in her notation. So it's one of those things. So don't be pretentious, because you get caught out. So the whole composition: 3 4 and da get a dum dit da get a dum dat dit da get a dum da get a dum dit da get a dum dat dit da get a dum da get a dum dit da get a dum dat dit da get a dum da dit da get a dum da dit da get a dum da. And that's what I played at the beginning. So go back to the beginning, check that out, and then go on to the end. And the notation's there, once with me playing the Kanjira, once with me just doing the konnakol. So I'll see you soon for the next play along. 4 and 3 4 and tum tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tum tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tum tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tum tat tat ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum tum tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat ding tat tat tum tat tat ding ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum tum tat ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum tum tat ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum ta ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum ta ta get a dum tit ta get a dum tat tit ta get a dum ta ta tit ta get a dum ta ta tit ta get a dum ta. that's the topic for this this play along. So there's some interesting stuff in here. We're going to have a different solo phrase and a different groove from the last couple of times. So let's start to look at the groove first of all. So we're staying in 8/4 or Ardi Tala, and we're dividing 16th notes into 3/3/2, like this. So this is going back to our very early lessons. 3 1 3 1 3 1 1 3. So group of 3, group of 3, group of 2. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2. So we can play that just open without any glissando. Three, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1, 1, 3. And then with a bit glissando, if you want to bring that in. Just gently squeezing. And it would work out in this way, because you're going to have the pulling for the glissando when you strike the 3-fingered close stroke. Just that far. Or just open. Both sound cool. Don't want to get too busy with the left hand. It's very subtle. So 3 3 2. Now we're going to have a solo phrase that comes in to this groove. It's very, very easy. Ta di taka dina. Ta di taka dina. This goes back to some of the earlier lessons when we were looking at the broken 16th and 8th note patterns combined. Ta di taka dina. 3 1 3 1 1 3 3 1 3 1 1 3 3 1 3 1 1 3. Ta di taka dina. Ta di taka dina. Ta di taka dina. Ta di taka dina. So this is the solo phrase. So we're going to have the groove 3 times. And then we're going to have the solo phrase come in. So with the takita dinaka dinna, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka dinna, ta di taka dinna, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka dinna, ta di taka dinna ta. Takita dinaka dinna, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka dinna, ta di taka dinna, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka dinna, ta di taka dinna. So pretty straightforward. The next phrase is, instead of ta di taka dinna, we're going to have di taka dinna. So we're just taking the first note off of it. Di taka dinna instead of ta di taka dinna. Di taka dinna instead of ta di taka dinna. Now ta di, takadina. Can be with 3-3 if you want. It can be 3-1. It really doesn't matter, actually. Da, di, takadina. I do the one fingered for the second note, but it's optional. So now with the amended phrase, takita din nakadina, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, ta takadina, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, ta takadina. So that's the next one. The next one is without ta or di. It's just takadina. Takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadina, ta takadina, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadina, ta takadina. Now you can end on ta if you want, or you can end on the double in the bar before. So this is ending on the double, the bar before. Takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, takadina, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadin, takita din nakadina, takadina, or with the ta as I did it earlier. So then we have the korepu, where each phrase comes in half after one groove, so half the distance from before. So the first part, takita din nakadina, ta di takadina, takita din nakadina, ta di takadina. Second part, takita din nakadin, ta takadina, takita din nakadin, ta takadina. And then the third part, takita din nakadina, ta takadina, takita din nakadina, ta takadina. Or if you want to not do the ta, takita din nakadin, takadina, takita din nakadin, takadina. And then we're going to move on to the ending. So the ending is very slightly more elaborate. Nonetheless, it's very easy. So what we're going to have is our first phrase, ta di takadina, with 1/8 note afterwards. So ta di takadina tom. 3, 4, and ta di takadina tom. 4. Ta di takadina tom. 4. Ta di takadina tom. So just get used to that phrase. Then the next phrase, di takadina tom. So instead of ta di takadina, we have di takadina. Di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. And then takadina tom. So di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. Takadina tom. All together in one line. 3, 4, and ta di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. Takadina tom. That's the first part. 3, 4, and ta di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. Takadina tom. First part again. 3, 4, and ta di takadina tom. Di takadina tom. Takadina tom. So the third tom is 3 beats long, 3 notes long. Ta di takadina tom, di takadina tom, takadina tom, tati kita tom, tati kita tom ta. So 3 beats long for that tom, then 3 groups of 5. So phrase 1 and the tom, phrase 2 reduced and the tom, phrase 3 reduced more and the tom equal to 3, and then 3 groups of 5. So with the time cycle, 3, 4, and ta di takadina tom, di takadina tom, takadina tom, tatikina tom, tatikina tom. So there, you see, we're ending in the middle. So this is actually going to become a larger composition. So let's get comfortable with that phrase now, but basically that whole thing will repeat 3 times and will land on the downbeat, or the sum as it's called, SAM in Indian rhythm. 3, 4, and ta di taka dinna dum di taka dinna dum taka dinna dum tati kita dum tati kita dum tati kita dum ta. 3, 4, and ta di taka dinna dum di taka dinna dum taka dinna dum tati kita dum tati kita dum tati kita dum ta. So tati kita dum, we know that. I probably don't even need to say it again. 3, 1, 3, 3 dum. Same as before. 3, 4, and ta di taka dinna dum di taka dinna dum taka dinna dum tati kita dum tati kita dum ta. So that's the structure of it. Now the way this is put together is slightly more of a North Indian structure. Would be called a chakradar in North India, and this is a whole phrase. 3 groups of 11 equals 33, so 32 plus a downbeat in 8/4 or adital or tintal, whatever time cycle you're in that is that long. So this actually is 11 beats long. So if we count the number of beats, ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum 11. So that's 11 beats long. So if we start it again and we repeat that whole thing 3 times, then that last tum will become the downbeat. So I'll show you with the clapping cycle. Bear in mind, we know how to play this technically. We know how to play it in time. And you've just got to have the gap of 4 at the end, which is easy because it's just one, lands on a quarter note and starts on the next quarter note. So it's actually very, very straightforward. 3, 4, and ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kita tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta. 1. Back to the beginning. That's where, when you've done this, you've played the groove, you've introduced the phrase, you've played the conclusion, the ending, then you're back into the next groove. So if we started out with ta dim na ta ta dim in the previous one with an ending, you do the T high, the arudi, ta ta dim into the next groove, into this next composition, whatever. So you piece it all together. It all gets pieced together. And of course, if it's 2 different percussionists soloing, they'll take turns. So you'd finish here, the next person would start. Then when they finish, it comes back to you, and it gets shorter and shorter as the whole sort of solo progresses. So playing wise, we know how to do this because it's all really easy phrases. Ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kita tum tati kita tum ta ta di taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kinna tum tati kinna tum ta. So the gap of 3, ta-ga. Remember for 5 we had ta-ga. 3, ta-ga. 4, ta-ah. So we have all of those in there. Taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kinna tati kinna ta ta taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kinna ta ta taka dinna tum di taka dinna tum taka dinna tum tati kinna ta. So there we can see the structure of it. For this play along, there's also an alternative ending. Now this refers back to the lesson that we had when we were adding density to different phrases. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We were slowly adding 16th notes and making the phrase, denser. So, for example, instead of tati kena tom, we had kita tom, tati kena tom, kita takatari kita tom. So it's the same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's still 5 beats long, but you've made it denser by adding more notes into that time flow. So this composition could use a similar structure, and what we're going to do for the ending, and you could do it with the phrases introduced as well actually, but I'm just doing it for the ending, showing an alternative ending. Instead of ta ti taka dina tom, we'll have ta ti kita takatari kita tom, ta ti kita takatari kita tom, 1 3 1 3 1 3 1 3 tom. Ta, ti, kita takatari kita tom. Di, kita takatari kita tom. 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 Ta, ti, kita takatari kita tom. Di, kita takatari kita tom. 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 Ta. So that's it for this play along. I'm going to put the notation up now, and you'll see the version with the Kanjira, and then the alternative ending, and then without the Kanjira, and again the alternative ending. With a lot of these things, you might need to approach it at a slower tempo. So I'm not going to put loads of different tempos on. You could use something, like Amazing Slow Downer or some sort of app to slow it down. I don't know, maybe in YouTube you can do slow different tempos and keep the pitch the same. It's important when you slow it down, try and keep the pitch the same, because otherwise it just sounds a little bit weird. So, yeah, do enjoy working on this, because it's definitely worth the time. It's a great little composition, and next time we're going to look at the same composition, but in 7/8. 3, 4, and. complex ending. 3, 4, and up, up. D, Three, four, and takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, ta, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, ta, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, ta, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin. Takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, takita-din, nakadin. Takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, takita-din, nakadin, takadin, 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 tatikitatum, 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 takadin, 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 tatikitatum, 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 takadinata, 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 tatikitatum, tatikitatum, tatikitatum. More complex ending. 3, 4, and ta, kitatakatadikitatum, di, kitatakatadikitatum, 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 ta, kitatakatadikitatum. Di, kitatakatadikitatum, 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 ta, di, kitatakatadikitatum, di, kitatakatadikitatum, 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 ta, 3, 4, and ta, di, kitatakatadikitatum, di, kitatakatadikitatum, 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 ta, kitatakatadi, kitatakatadikitatum, di, kitatakatadikitatum, 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 ta, di, kitatakatadikitatum, di, kitatakatadikitatum, 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 ta. Katarakitarakitarum tatum 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 ti katarakitarakitarum tatum 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 katarakitarakitarum tatum tum tatum tum ta ti ki ta 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 tum ta. Welcome to the next play along. Now we're going to be looking at the same theme that we had in the last play along, but we're going to be shifting it over into 7/8. So whatever time cycle you're in, similar forms would be adhered to in developing a solo. So in Adi Tala, of course, we had ta dim na ta ta dim na keta dim na dim dim nam ta dim na, and so on. So in 7 or 5 or whatever time cycle is being played, or Tal as it's called in India, similar structures would be used in that they'd have a basic groove or time flow that they would start playing, and then introduce themes into that, develop longer compositions and resolutions. So for example, in 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ta dim na dim dim na ta ta dim na dim dim na keta dim na dim dim na ta ta kuku taka din ta dim, just to refer to the first play along that we did. So all of these play alongs can work in different time cycles. which is what we're going to do with the last one that we looked at. We're going to impose that onto 7/8, which is known as Misra Japu. Now these time cycles are loosely related to folk time cycles, or in their original history. So the talam clapping in South India is incredibly involved with claps, waves, finger counts. There's things with, you know, different sorts of waves, and it's actually incredibly complicated system. Of course, mainly used today are a certain number of tals or time cycles that performers use more regularly. But in the old days, there were many time cycles. So yeah, so these time cycles, there's the kind of the three main ones, really. You'd say are the 3-beat Tisra Japu. You have Kanda Japu, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, clap, wave, wave, clap, wave, wave. And this one, Misra Japu, which is wave, wave, clap, clap, wave, wave, clap, clap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at our last lesson, our last play along. If you didn't see it, pop back to the last one, where the theme was da dit taka dinna da dit taka dinna da taka dinna da. That was the theme. That's the theme we're going to introduce into the 7-beat time cycle, the Misra Japu. And we're going to use the same groove as last time. Takita dinaka dinna, takita dinaka dinna, takita dinna, 3, 3, 2. And so you'll see that when you learn a lot of this material, you actually can then transpose it into many different time cycles. It's not like you learn one thing and then like you can only use that in 8 beats, or it's like it's all little modular building blocks that you build and put in different, you know, positions and different configurations, and build you know, different rhythm work out of it. So let's start looking at the structure that we're going to use for this composition. So what we're going to have is our groups of 3, 3, 2 repeated 3 times, and then a group of 4 16th notes. So then we've got a group of 3, 3, 2 is equal to 2 quarter notes. So we've got 3 of those, so that's 6 quarter notes, plus 1 group of 16th notes is 7 quarter notes long. So 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2, 4 effectively. So we've got our time cycle here. Let's do it just with quarter notes for now. We'll take it a little bit slower. 3, 4, and takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, taka dinna, takita dinaka, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, taka dinna. So it's pretty straightforward. Again, obviously we've got the fingering that will all come in to the last lesson, the stuff I was talking about, the you know, the glissando, all in the last lesson. So refer back to that if you're struggling with me rushing through the fingerings for this composition here, because it's all done in detail in the last one. Takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, taka dinna, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, taka dinna da. So it's pretty straightforward. Fingerings are the same. Taka dinna at the end. 3, 1, 1, 3. So that's the structure of the groove. That's the supporting groove. That's what the, you know, the solo phrases or the themes will be sewn into. So let's now look at that with our time cycle. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takadina, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takadina, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takadina, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takita dinaka din, takadina da. So that's the basic groove that we've got, that we're going to set up and then start to integrate our solo phrases into it. So we know the playing technique. I'm just going to talk you through the structure with konnakol now, with phonetics. So the first phrase that we want to introduce into this is takadina. And so what we're going to do is we're going to have takita dinakadina twice, and then di takadina. Takita dinakadina, takita dinakadina, di takadina. I'll just do quarter notes for now. 3, 4, and takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina, takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina. So that's the first repeat. Takita dinakadina, takita dinakadina, di takadina, takita dinakadina, takita dinakadina, di takadina. So next up, we're going to have the time cycle with this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina, takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina. So that's the first introduction of the theme, and then basically we're going to have the same, but with the di takadina and the takadina. So the structure will be the same. We'll have 2 takita dinakadina, but we'll amend them when we get to the di takadina to introduce the shorter phrases. So first one, 3, 4, and takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina, takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina, takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina, takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, di takadina. And then the next one, same thing, but the gap will be bigger towards that end phrase. 3, 4, and takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, takadina, takita dinakadin, takita dinakadina, takadina, takita, and so on. So then we get to the korepu sections, where we'll introduce the phrases with a slightly different construction to the groove elements. So the first korepu section, so this will be constructed with 2 groups of 3/16, and then the takadina, so that will add up to 7. Now the phrasing on the drum, because it's slightly different now with what we're going to play, the syllables first of all will be takita dikita ta di takadina, takita dinaka ta di takadina, takita dinaka ta di takadina, takita dinaka ta di takadina. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 ta di takadina. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 ta di takadina. So very easy, leading with the 3, 3, 1, 3, 1, 3, 1. Ta, di, takadina, same as before. So again with the time cycle, 3, 4, and takita dinaka ta di takadina, takita dinaka ta di taka dinna takita dinna kata di taka dinna takita dinna kata di taka dinna. Then the second korepu, the second reduction. So here we'll have a group of 3/16 notes, and then a note that is equal to 5 notes long, so a gap, effectively a gap of 5, and then the reduced phrase di taka dinna. Takita ta aga di taka dinna. Takita ta aga di taka dinna. Takita ta aga di taka dinna. Actually, when I say a gap of 5, really it's a gap of 4, but it's the overall length of the note is 5. So that's what I'm kind of thinking of there. Takita ta 2, 3, 4, 5 di taka dinna. Takita ta aga di taka dinna. Takita ta aga di taka dinna. Takita ta aga di taka dinna. So 3, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 di taka dinna. Takita ta aga 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 di taka dinna. Takita taka takita di taka dinna. Takita 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 di taka dinna. Go back to the previous lessons and check out the counting the gaps scenario. So the next korepu, where the very short phrase taka dinna is brought into the mix. So here we just add another gap, basically. So before we had takita ta aga 5. Now that 5 will be 7 notes long. So we'll have takita ta aga taka dinna. Takita ta aga taka dinna. Now counting for the 7 note gap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, ta aga 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 ta. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. So we'll have takita ta aga taka dinna. Takita ta aga taka dinna. Takita ta aga taka dinna. Then with the time cycle, 3, 4, and takita ta aga taka dinna. 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 So then we can see now we've introduced all the korepus. Now we'd move on to the ending. Now we've already covered the what to do with this technically, how to play the ending, how it's reduced. Ta di taka dinna ta, di taka dinna ta, taka dinna ta is the same. We're going to keep that the same, and then the ending gets changed so we fit into 7. So that's how this is going to work. So then after that, we're going to have tati geta tum ta 2, 3, 4, tati geta tum ta 2, 3, 4, tati geta tum ta. So that will sound all together with the clapping cycle. Will sound like this. Ta di taka dinna ta, di taka dinna ta, taka dinna ta, tati geta tum ta 2, 3, 4, tati geta tum ta 2, 3, 4, tati geta tum ta, di taka dinna ta, di taka dinna ta, taka dinna ta, tati geta tum ta 2, 3, 4, tati geta tum ta 2, 3, 4, tati geta tum ta. All with quarter notes. Ta di taka dinna ta di. Actually, another time cycle you can clap. You can clap quarter notes if you want, but you can also clap like that's the more folky version. Although it's very, very common in classical music, so I wouldn't be reluctant to refer to it as a folk clapping cycle. But it's more folky than the pure hardcore classical talams. So you can clap 1, first finger, second finger, and then same as Adi Tala, the clap wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ta di taka dinna da di taka dinna da taka dinna da ta ti kita tum ta ta ti kita tum ta ta ti kita tum ta. So either clapping cycle is fine. Obviously, you're going to want it to be a bit faster than that. Practice it slower. Move up to faster. Again, tati geta tum ta, tati geta tum 3 1 3 3 tum. Tati geta tum ta tati geta tum ta tati geta tum ta. So that's the basis of the composition. I also do an alternative ending for this, which is the same as before. Instead of ta di taka dinna, we have ta di kita taka tadi kita dom di kita taka tadi kita dom kita taka tadi kita dom kita taka tadi kita dom ta 2 3 4 kita taka tadi kita dom ta 2 3 4 kita taka tadi kita dom ta. So that's that ending. So spend a bit of time with this play along, because it's a little bit more challenging than the ones that have gone before, but very rewarding when you can slowly piece it all together and get it fluent and in time, and be able to sort of really get the technique together on the drum and make it sound great, and sing and groove and everything that will get you a gig, basically. There you go. So don't forget to like and subscribe, and please do share this. I'm not on social media. I'm not on, I suppose you call YouTube social media, but I think of it more like as a book release or releasing a DVD or something, as you know from the comments not being on and stuff like that. You can always email me. I'm welcome to anyone wanting to contact me. So yeah, share it on your social media, because I'm not putting it out anywhere. And if you like it, that is. If you don't like it, then, it's an ABBA video on somewhere, I'm sure. Anyway, see you later. Next play along is going to be interesting as well. So, 3, 4, and more complicated ending. 3, 4, and Oh. 3, 4, and taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, takadin, taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, takadin, taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, da, di, 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 takadin, taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, da, takadin, taki-tutti nakadin, taki-tutti nakadin, da, takadin, taki-tutti nakada, di, takadin, taki-tutti nakada, di, takadin, taki-tada, di, takadin, taki-tada, di, takadin, taki-tada, takadin, taki-tada, takadin, da, di, takadin, da, di, takadin, da, takadin, da, tati-kita-tada, 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 di, takadin, da, di, takadin, da, takadin, da, tati-kita-tada, 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 di, takadin, da, di, takadin, da, takadin, da, tati-kita-tada, tati-kita-tada, tati-kita-tada. More complicated ending. 3, 4, and da, di, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, di, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, 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 da, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, da, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, da, di, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, di, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, 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 da, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, da, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, da, di, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, di, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, 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 da, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, da, kita-da-kita-da-kita-dum, da. Welcome to the next play along. We're going to be doing something a little bit different this time. We're still in 8 beats, but we're going to be dividing the groove up quite significantly in terms of moving it around from a straight, you know, eighth note or quarter note sort of feel. So before that, I just want to mention the theme that we're going to be introducing into the groove flow. It's probably easier to start with that, and the phrase is very simple. Got a kind of tempo here. Let's nice and slow. 3, 4. Taka ta dum ta dum ta ti ki ta dum ta. So that's obviously it's ended off the beat. It's just part of the phrase. Taka ta dum ta ti ki ta dum ta. Really easy. Taka ta dum. 3, 1, 3 tum, ta tum, so it's 3 tum, ta ti ki ta tum. It's the same as before. Taka ta tum, ta ti ki ta tum. So that's the phrase that we're introducing into the time flow. Taka ta tum, ta ti ki ta tum. Okay, so we've got the fingering, we've got the syllables, we've got how the drums played with that. So the next part of that is how we integrate that into our rhythm, and then how we expand it once we've got through all of those you know, introductions and the kore pu, the reduced length introductions, how we then resolve that with a big composition. So first of all, the actual groove structure is going to be quite significantly different. It's maybe a little bit more advanced than what we've done so far, but not technically that difficult. But it's kind of a cool thing. So I wanted to include that in these play-alongs. I want the play-alongs to have some slightly challenging stuff and some very easy stuff. So there's accessibility for everyone in terms of getting something out of the play-alongs. So the groove structure, 9-9-9-5. Obviously adding up to 32, 2 bars of 16 as 16th notes. It's a really cool little groove, worth spending a little bit of time with. It comes from, you remember that we looked at the ta, ti, kit, ta, tom phrase, and then that became, by adding one gap, ta, ti, kit, ta, tom, and then by adding 2 gaps, it became 7, ta, ti, kit, ta, tom, and by adding 3 gaps, it was in 8, ta, ti, kit, ta, tom, 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 ta. The 9 was another phrase, and what we had was ta, ti, kit, ta, tom, ta, ti, kit, ta, tom, ta, ti, kit, ta, tom, ta, ti, kit, ta, tom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is the shape of the groove that we're going to do, and it's kind of a play on the early version of what we were doing with quarter notes. This is also a little bit of a reference to the North Indian tintal time cycle, where the syllables are da din din da din din da na tin tin ka ta ta din din da din din da din din da na tin tin ta ka ta ta din din da. So I'm kind of using these syllables, which you don't really hear that much in South Indian rhythm, but I'm using the da din din da structure to kind of impose in this 9-beat skeletal framework, and that's giving us our 9. So da din din da, da din din da, da din din da, 3 of the 9s, and then the 5, din tag, ta din din nag, ta din din nag, ta din din nag, din nag, ta din din nag, ta din din nag, ta din din nag, din nag, ta din din nag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ta din dog, ta din din dog, ta din din dog, din dog, ta din dog, ta din dog, ta din dog, din dog, da. So that's just taking you through some of the shape of it. Now the reference to the South Indian time cycle then is, instead of it being ta din din dog all the way through, sometimes you can move into ta din dog, ta din dog, ta din dog, din dog, da, which is a reference, of course, to ta din na, ta ta din na. So it's a little bit of a mix of influences in terms of coming up with this groove pattern. So I've written it all out, so I've not put those gaps in. So I've put literally ta din din dog, ta din in the notation that you'll see later. So this is the fingering for it. I mean, it's very open to interpretation. So you could play it multiple different ways. This is the way I prefer to play it, with a closed ta din din dog, ta din din dog, ta din din dog, din dog, ta din din dog, ta din din dog, ta din din dog, din dog. And the other thing that I tend to try and do, just to give it that little bit of feel, is if you're thinking of that 9 as three sort of half speed notes and 3 double speed notes. So you'd have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, like that. And I kind of play the faster 3 a little bit. I kind of just a little bit of reference to that. Ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog. da ga da. They're almost like ghost notes. It's the 3-beat unit that we had in the very beginning of all our lessons, 3 1 3. But it's kind of the second 2 notes are thrown away. Da 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 da, hardly played at all. Da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da. You could play everything as with little ghost notes in between those main notes as well. So da dim dim na da. So you're playing everything. Da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da. So different ways to play it. You could even play da dim dim da da dim dim da da dim dim da dim da da. There's lots of different ways you can play it. So we've got the skeletal framework. How I'm playing it is in the notation, in the play along at the end, and you know, you can kind of choose really how you would want to do that. So the first thing that we're going to do is rearrange that. Now there's lots of ways you could rearrange it. We've got 9995. You could then have 9959. You could have 9599. There's lots of different ways to do it. In the play along, we start off with the first variation as being 9959. So it's da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag da dim dim dag da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim da da dim dim dag da. So it's a pretty cool thing, and when you start to move this around and move it off the beat, and you know, because it goes off the beat and we put different units in different places, then you know, it's kind of moving around, and it's quite an interesting thing. So now we're going to start to introduce our phrase, our basic phrase or solo phrase or theme that is going to be the basis of what we do for the final conclusion at the end. Before we integrate the phrase into the groove, let's just look at the 3 extended versions of what I showed you in the beginning. Remember, we had taka da dum ta dum ta ti da dum. So as in the lessons before, we can then extend that by having D at the beginning and ta D at the beginning. So the shortest version, taka da dum ta ti da dum. The next longer version is with 1/8 note at the beginning, D taka da dum ta ti da dum, and then finally with 2/8 notes at the beginning, ta ti taka da dum ta ti da dum. So they're the 3 parts of the phrase, for the main phrase, the main composition. They're the things that we'll bring into the composition first of all. Okay, we're going to start with the later one that I showed you, and we're going to integrate that into the groove, and we're going to do that firstly by playing a group of 9, then a group of 5, and then the basic phrase. And that will sound like, in fact, I'll show you this first of all with the time cycle. So we're in 8 beats. Da dim dim da dim da da di da ga da dum da ti da dum da dim dim da da di da ga da dum da ti da dum da. So that's the first introduction of the phrase. 3, 4, and da dim dim da ga da di da ga da dum da ti da dum da dim dim da ga da di da ga da dum da ti da dum. So the next phrase, of course, will be the middle one, di da ga da dum ti da dum. So let's integrate that into the groove pattern. So we'll achieve that by having a group of 9, ta, dim, dim, ta, and then a group of 7, dim, ta, ta. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, dim, ta, ta, dim, ta, ta, dim, ta, ta. And the same with all of these phrases. You can play all of the in-between notes or just the main skeletal part of the phrases. So let's just look at that first of all with the time cycle. 3, 4, and ta, dim, dim, ta, dim, ta, ta, ga, di, ta, ga, ta, dum, ta, ti, ga, ta, dum, ta, dim, dim, ta, ga, dim, ta, ga, di, ta, ga, ta, dum, ta, ti, ga, ta, dum, ta. So next, the final phrase to integrate into the composition. Now these could be done the other way round. Actually, it could be you could start with the shortest one and do the longest one third, or whatever you prefer. So let's integrate the final pattern into the time cycle. So this is a little bit more straightforward than the previous one. We're going to have 2 of the groups of 9 that we know already, and then ta-ka-ta-tum, ta-tum, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum. So it would be ta, dim, dim, ta, dim, dim, ta, ka, ta, tum, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, dim, dim, ta, dim, dim, ta, ka, ta, tum, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, dim, dim, ta, dim, dim, ta, ka, ta, tum, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta. 3, 4, and ta, dim, dim, ta, dim, dim, ta, ka, ta, tum, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, dim, dim, ta, dim, dim, ta, ka, ta, tum, ti, ki, ta, tum. Right, so that's, we've introduced it. But for this is a kind of an alternative kind of composition, really. And so I'm not doing a Koripu section. We're going straight to the ending at this point. Now the ending is a little bit more, tiny bit more involved with the way it concludes, but there's nothing difficult in terms of, there's no new fingerings, there's nothing new to learn technically on the drum with this composition. So it should be pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of pinning it against the clapping cycle, and it's really important to practice all of these things, you know, with a clapping cycle. And then playing them with a metronome, speaking them with a metronome, you know, every which way you can work out, you know, to play them, speak them and play them at the same time is a very important thing to do as well. So the composition, we start with the shortest phrase, then the middle one, then the longer one, and then we have our resolution using some tati-gin-atums. And different gaps, and then we modulate it down to triplets. And for those of you that aren't aware, there is a course here on my YouTube channel that specifically looks at modulating phrases into triplets and you know, through different time levels. So it's quite an important study actually, to get a real control over, you know, modulating simple patterns through different time levels. So what we have is we have the shortest phrase, and then we have ta, which is equal to 1/4 note. Then the medium phrase, and we have ta, which is equal to 1/4 note. And then we move on to the resolution using tati-gin-atums. So it will sound something like this: 7, 8, and ta-ka-ta-tum, ta-tum, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta, di, ta-ka-ta-tum, ta-tum, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta, ta-ti, ta-ka-ta-tum, ta-tum, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta, ta-ti-ki-ta, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta-ti-ki-ta-tum, ta. So the first 2 gaps are 4, ta, and then the next 2 gaps are 5, ta, ah. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And by counting the syllables, as we've discussed in previous lessons, you should find it easy to be able to grasp these gaps, you know, without too much trouble. So the whole composition again. 7, 8, and taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ah. Di taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ah. Ta ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ah. Ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ah. Ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom taka ta tom. That's the whole thing 3 times, or you could do it once actually, but 3 times is kind of cool. Up tempo a little bit. 7, 8. Taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Di taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Ta ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. So you can see it's quite an interesting resolution with the you know the slower triplets. It's kind of pretty cool. So again, just the fingering. We know all of the fingering. Taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Di taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Ta di taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Ta ti ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. Ta ti ki ta tom ta ki ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta. So all the ta ti ki ta toms forever, for the rest of your life. Ta ti ki ta tom. 3, 1, 3, 3, tom. So that's a basic explanation of this play along. There should be enough information for you to be able to cross-reference back once you've started to look at the you know, the final play alongs with the notation at the end. So again, same thing. There's one with me playing the Kanjira, and that's followed by one with just the konnakol and the shaker. So you know, do spend time with it, and I'll see you soon for the same theme in 7. 3, 4, and ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding taka ta tom ta ti ki ta ding ding dog, ding dog, ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta ding ding dog, ding dog, ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta ding ding dog, ding dog, ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta ding ding dog, ding ding dog, taka ta tom ta ti ki ta ding ding dog, ding ding dog, taka ta tom ta ti ki ta taka ta tom ta ti ki ta ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ding ding dog, ding ding dog, ding dog, ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta ding ding dog, ding dog, ti taka ta tom ta ti ki ta tom ta dim dim dog, dim ta dog, di taka ta dum ta tika ta ta dim dim dog, dim ta dog, di taka ta dum ta tika ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog, taka ta dum ta tika ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog, taka ta dum ta tika ta taka ta ta tika ta di taka ta ta tika ta ta di taka ta ta tika 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 ta taka ta ta tika ta di taka ta ta tika ta ta di taka ta ta tika ta ta tika ta ta Tati get that tati get the tati get the takata tati get that di takata tati get that tati takata tati get that tati get that tati get the tati get that tati get the tati get the Welcome to the next play along. We're going to be doing a different version in 7 of the composition that we looked at before. So we're going to have a similar groove structure, the 9-9-9-5, and similar ending, taka-da-dum, da-dum, da-dika-da-dum. But we're going to convert all of that material from the last lesson to fit into 7 beats. We're going to be using our Misra Chapu clapping cycle again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So let's look at how we're going to start to integrate this material into 7. So we'll start with the 9-9-9-5 from the last version, but we're going to do 9-9-5-5 this time. So remember the 9 was da dim dim dag da dim dim, and the 5 was dim dag dim dag dim dag dim dag. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Please go back to the previous lesson if that's not familiar to you. So da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. Da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag da. So we can then do that with quarter notes, or with our clapping cycle of 7, our quarter note clapping cycle, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 6 7, and da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag. 1 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 5. Da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag da. So you can see immediately how we've learnt that one thing in 8, or 4 or whatever, and it's easily transposed into a different time signature. And that's one of the key components to all of Indian rhythmic structure, both north and south, is how things are transferable between different time signatures. It's quite an amazingly complete system. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag. 1 2 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag da da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag da dim dim dag da dim dim dag dim dag dim dag da. So the next thing we'll do from there will be a simple rearrangement. So we've got 9955. We can put that in any which way we like. There's loads of ways, and when a performer is introducing this type of material, they'll just improvise with it and put it in lots of different ways. You could have 955, 9. You could have 5599. 5995. Any which way would work, and you can shift between all of those different time levels, and it's very cool and very effective. So we're now going to have 9559. I'm going to go straight to that with the Misra Japu clapping cycle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ta dim dim tag, dim tag, dim tag, ta dim dim tag. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ta dim dim tag, dim tag, dim tag, ta dim dim tag, ta dim dim tag, dim tag, dim tag, ta dim dim tag, ta. And then it can be rearranged further. 9595 is an easy one, but don't confuse the fact that something's easy without it being incredibly effective rhythmically. Ta dim dim tag, dim tag, ta dim dim tag, dim tag, ta dim dim tag, dim tag, ta dim dim tag, dim tag. It's a very cool thing when you hear it in the 7, and also when it's changed from the one before. Gives it a lot of bite. Da dim dim dag, dim dag, 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 da. So now we're going to go on to integrating our solo phrases into the groove flow, and remember that they were taka da dum da tiki da dum, and di taka da dum da tiki da dum, and da di taka da dum tiki da dum. So let's look at how that fits in. So first one, 9 plus 5 plus the shortest phrase taka da dum tiki da dum. 3, 4, and da dim dim dag taka da dum tiki da dum, da dim dim dag taka da dum tiki da dum. 3, 4, and ta dim dim dag taka da dum tiki da dum, ta dim dim dag taka da dum tiki da dum ta. And now the next phrase. So this is a 7 and a 5, and then the middle phrase di taka da dum tiki da dum. Ta dim dag di taka da dum tiki da dum, ta dim dag di taka da dum tiki da dum ta. So this time the 7 is going to be played slightly different. Ta dim dag 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Just because that's the way in this line, that's how the rhythm kind of sits in best. Ta dim dag di taka da dum tiki da dum, ta dim dag di taka da dum tiki da dum. So fingering's all the same, always tiki da dum. We know the fingerings. We can go back to the last lesson. We can go back to the previous lessons earlier in the course. So now let's look at the third solo phrase to integrate into the groove flow. So this will be 2 5s, and then taka da dum tiki da dum. Dim tag ta di taka da dum tiki da dum. Dim tag ta di taka da dum tiki da dum. Dim tag ta di taka da dum tiki da dum. Dim tag ta di taka da dum tiki da dum ta. So again, exactly the same fingering. Dim tag ta di taka da dum tiki da dum. Dim tag ta di taka da dum tiki da dum. So now on to the ending. It's a little bit less elaborate than the previous ending, but the tricky thing about this ending is that some of the gaps are a little bit longer. So the first part is exactly the same, in as that we have takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ah, gap of length of 4. D takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ah, gap of 4. Then ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta di kita tom, gap of 9. And then the same again. So it will sound like this. I'll just do the quarter note claps. 3, 4, and takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta. So that's 9 beats in the gaps. And again, we have the counting, and the counting derives, in fact, all of the counting derives to the table of manipulating tati gena tom with gaps. Tati gena tom, tati gena tom, tati geta tom, and we get to the 9 tati geta tom, tati geta tom, and that's what we say in our mind when we get to those gaps. So takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom tatikita tom tatikita tom tatikita tom tatikita tom ta. So tatikita tom tatikita tom tatikita tom tatikita tom ta. It's in you're thinking it, sometimes playing it as ghost notes. So then, of course, with the mill challenge then is the 7 time cycle. Now, one of the things about clapping these time cycles is that after a certain period of time, when you're so used to clapping them, they just become second nature. You don't even think about it. You can see me just switching between the quarter note and the Misra Japu clapping cycle, and it's just because it's just there, it's just ingrained in your mind. So 3, 4, and takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta tikita tatikita tom ta tikita tatikita tom ta. And again, takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta. And one of the easy things about that is you're going tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta. Each tatikita tom ta ends on the first beat of the time cycle. So 3, 4, takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta ta di takata tom ta tom tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta tatikita tom ta. So that's it for this play along. Now we're going to have the notation, and you can you play along first of all with me playing the Kanjira, and then just with the konnakol and shaker. Like, subscribe, all of that stuff, things like this. Possibly things like that, all of that stuff. 3, 4. 4. Ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog, dim dog, dim dog, ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog, dim dog, dim dog, ta dim dim dog, dim dog, dim dog, ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog, dim dog, dim dog, ta dim dim dog, ta dim dim dog, 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 dim dog, takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum ta dim dim dog, dim dog, takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum ta dim dog, dim dog, di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum ta dim dog, di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum dim dog, ta di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum dim dog, ta di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Ta di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Tatiketa dum da. Tatiketa dum takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Ta di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Tatiketa dum da. Tatiketa dum takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Ta di takata dum ta dum, tatiketa dum da. Tatiketa dum da. Tatiketa dum da. Welcome. Our next play along, not many more to go now for the end of this this series. That was a little taster of what we're going to be looking at in this lesson. We're going to be in 8 beats, back in 8 beats, and we're going to be introducing a very, very common phrase found in all of South Indian rhythm, but also very particularly on Kanjira. So let's dig in. So this is a simple 2-beat phrase or 4-beat phrase, depending on the speed that you're playing it at. Ta ta kita takatari kita takatom. 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 And played on the Kanjira, very, very straightforward, and this really goes back to a lot of the stuff we did earlier in the course. Ta ta kita takatari kita takatom. Ta ta kita takatari kita takatom. Ta ta kita takatari kita takatom. So I'm just repeating it round in a loop. The actual phrase is just ta ta takatom. This long, it's just that much. Ta ta kita takatari kita takatom. So fingering 3 3, and then you're leading with the 1. Kita taka tari kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tari kita taka tom. Very, very straightforward. No complex doubles with the 3-fingered unit or anything. Ta ta kita taka tari kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tari kita taka tom. We just play it round in a loop. Ta ta kita taka tari kita taka tom. 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 notice how the bass tone really comes out, even though the 16th notes are going, or 32nd notes, depending on what speed you're at. You hear it. You hear that. You hear those corner points of the whole thing. And even at a slow tempo, that clarity has to be there. Hear how big the bass sound is. So technically, really, that's all there is to this this lesson. It's really now about integrating it into a time flow, having the korepu, and then having a conclusion using those syllables. Now, the syllables I'm using, these are the syllables that I would use when teaching this. Da da kita taka tari kita taka tom, just because it flows easily. I wouldn't necessarily recite that myself in ta 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 dom, ta ta tari kita taka tari kita dom. It would be different, or ta 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 kita dom. There's lots of different ways it can be recited, but as we said about the syllables on the mridangam being the parent syllables, and there's lots of sounds and lots of tones on those drums, and this we got two sounds effectively, and so really what the syllables are doesn't matter, because what we're presenting to you here is a mere rhythmic framework which you will pin this technique on, and this is the way to finger this pattern regardless of the syllables. So let's integrate that first of all into the time cycle on the fourth quarter of a time cycle. 3, 4, and ta dim na ta ta dim na kita taka dim na ta ta kita taka ta kita taka dum ta dim na ta dim na kita taka dim na ta ta kita taka dum ta dim. So you need to get it up to that speed after some time, but for now I'm going to slow it right the way down, and we're going to look at it really slowly. 3, 4, and ta dim na ta ta dim na kita taka dim na ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dim na ta dim na ta ta dim na ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dim. So this would happen twice, and then instead of it being played in the way that we did before by playing it every other bar, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce the whole phrase that we're going to be using as our solo theme, and the whole phrase is basically that phrase twice but slightly different at the beginning. And so it will be, the whole phrase is ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka. So it's the same, instead of ta ta you got dum ta dum. Ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta kita taka tari kita taka ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta kita taka tari kita taka ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka ta 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 kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka. So now that will get introduced into the time cycle like this. 3, 4, and ta dim na ta ta dim na ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dim na ta dim na ta ta kita taka tari kita taka dum ta dum kita taka tari kita taka dum. So now we have the conclusion, or the corvoy, the ending, and that will involve these phrases repeated separately, apart, and then brought together, and then a conclusion involving groups of 7. So very slowly it will sound like this. 3, 4, and ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Tom ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta di kita tom ta. Di kita tom ta. Di kita tom ta. Ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Tom ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta di kita tom ta. Di kita tom ta. Di kita tom ta. So that's basically the ending. For the sevens, I don't do ta di kita tom ta. Di kita tom ta. Di. I fill it in. Ta di kita taka tom ta. Di kita taka tom ta. Di kita taka tom. So it could be ta di 3 3 or ta di 3 1. Ta di kita taka tom ta. Di kita taka tom ta. Di kita taka tom ta. That's the groups of 7. The gap is 3. So when we've done the 2 phrases and then they come together, and then there's a note that's three beats long at the end of those phrases. 3, 4, and ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Tom ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Tom ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Tom ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta tom kita taka tadi kita taka tom. Ta ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tom ta. Ta kita taka tom ta. So similarly to how we rearranged one of the endings in one of the previous play-alongs, here we've got 7 7 7. So if we repeated the whole thing 3 times, like the whole thing, if we repeated that all 3 times, instead of 7 7 7 the first time, we take 2 off of each of the 7, then we do 5 5 5. So we've got 2 2 2 left over, put aside. So 5 5 5, then the first bit of the composition again, then 7 7 7. Then we get to the end, we've got the 2 2 2 left over, so that would be 9 9 9. So we do like rhythmic body, 5 5 5, rhythmic body, 7 7 7, rhythmic body, 9 9 9. And it's a very common way that you know, a lot of these rhythms are rearranged, because when you hear it, because what happens then, when you've done 5 5 5, then suddenly you're not on the downbeat anymore when you start the second time. So for the listener, you know, it can be very confusing. They're like, well, what is this composition? I don't know what it is. And then the second time doesn't resolve on the downbeat, and only after you've done the 3 groups of 9 does it come round and end on the downbeat. So slowly it will sound like this: 3 4 and da 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 di kita taka da di kita dom dom da dom kita taka da di kita taka dom da da kita taka da di kita taka dom da dom kita taka da di kita taka dom ta di kita dom ta di kita dom ta da da di kita taka da di kita dom dom da dom kita taka da di kita taka dom ta ta kita taka da di kita taka dom da dom kita taka da di kita taka dom ta di kita dom ta di kita dom ta di kita dom ta ta kita taka da di kita taka dom dom ta dom kita taka da di kita taka dom ta ta kita taka da di kita taka dom ta dom kita taka da di kita taka dom ta di kita dom ta di kita dom ta kita ta di kita dom ta. So there we can see it's a completely different, it's the same material, but it's a completely different composition. So that's the alternative ending. That comes at the end of each play-along. So the play-alongs are about to follow with the notation. First of all, with me playing Kanjira, and then with me you know, muttering on in the background with a shaker. So, you know, this is a pretty cool play along to get together. It's a very good piece. I've used this actually in quite a few different collaborations. I definitely used it with on a piece called Groove Oddity with Bill Bruford on our Network of Sparks collaboration, which was probably 20 plus years ago now. So it's a pretty cool thing. Sometimes it takes a little bit of work to get those gaps and to get the sevens and all of that stuff, but take it slowly and you know, come back for the next play along, which is soon, after you've busily subscribed and liked and all of those things that need to be done. And I'll see you very soon. 3, 4 and up, in, no, up, in, no, dim, no, da, 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 dim, no, dim, no, dim, no, da, 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 dim, no, da, dim, no, da, 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 dim, no, dim, no, alternative ending. 3, 4 and ta 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 dum dum ta dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum 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 ta 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 dum dum ta dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta dum ta 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 dum ta ti ta ta dum ta ti ta ta dum ta ti ta ta dum ta 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 dum dum ta dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta dum ta 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 dum ta ti ki ta dum ta ti ki ta dum ta ti ki ta dum ta. 3, 4 and ta dim na ta ta dim na ki ta dim na ta 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 dim na ta ta dim na ki ta dim na ta 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 dim na ta ta dim na ta 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 dum ta dum ta ta dim na ta ta dim na ta 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 dum ta dum ta ta dum dum ta dum ta dum ta 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 dum ta dum ta dum ta ti ta dum ta ti ta dum ta ti ta dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta ta ti ta dum ta ti ta dum ta ti ta dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta 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 dum ta ta ti dum ta ti dum ta ti dum ta. Alternative ending. 3, 4 and ta ta dum dum ta dum dum ta 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 dum ta dum dum ta ti ta dum ta ti ta dum ta ti ta dum ta 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 dum dum ta dum dum ta 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 dum ta dum dum ta ti dum ta ti dum ta ti dum ta 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 dum dum ta dum dum ta 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 dum ta dum dum ta ti ki ta dum ta ti ki ta dum ta ti ki ta dum ta. we're going to be looking at a slightly more elaborate corvoy today. It's a very, very common structure, but it's a very cool thing to learn. It's the first corvoy that we're looking at that is split into the two main component parts that are very commonly associated with corvoys. The first part involves manipulating the actual theme that you've brought into the composition, that you've sewn into the timeline and you know, employed as an embellishment, and doing the code and developing it in the way that we've been looking in the previous play-alongs. And then the second half involves manipulating the syllables ta, ti, ge, na, tom, by starting, you know, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, ti, ge, tom, ta, ti, ge, ta, ta, ti, ge, ta, ta, ti, ge, ta, ta, in similar ways, in similar ways to this. So first of all, what we're going to do is I'm just going to explain the corvoy to you here. First of all, because it's a very cool structure. It's one of the first corvoys that my great Mridangam teacher Karakudi Krishnamurti first showed me. So it's something that's got some really positive memories. And again, it's another corvoy that I've used in different collaborations, because I find it quite accessible. People can learn the syllables, and it's very memorable for people to you know, to easily recall. I remember I used this in one of my first ever collaborations, which was Taiko to Tabla, which featured a great Japanese percussionist called Joji Hirota. So do check that out. There's some recordings of that on my Bandcamp page, so you can have a look at that. There's some videos here on YouTube as well of some very old gigs, very low res, but that's all I have of those gigs from way back, you know, 30 years ago. So the theme, very easy in comparison to what we've been doing, you know, technically so far. Ta, ti, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. So that's the basic first part of the theme. Again, the fingering, nothing really to you know, write home about. Ta, di, same as ever, could be ta, di if you want. Ta, di, ge, na, tum, same, always the same. Ta, di, ge, na, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. I mean, it's obvious, ta is always going to be that. Tum is always going to be that. So it's pretty straightforward. It doesn't really need a lot of explaining in terms of a fingering. And that's one of the things about the Kanjira, is the more compositions you learn, then the more able you are to just intuit what the fingerings are for the pieces. So ta, di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. Very easy. Ta, di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. Next line, we've got two amendments to the next line. So the first amendment is obvious and is linked to what we've done before. So if we had ta, di, then we're just going to have di in the beginning of the second line. So di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum. But ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum becomes longer. So in the first line we had ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. In this line, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, slightly longer. Di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. So the first two lines, 3, 4, and ta, ti, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. Di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. So it's obvious what's going to happen in the third line is that we're going to have no ta, ti, no ti. We're just going to have ta, ti, ge, ta, tum. And then the gaps are going to be longer again between the ta, tums, because we had a longer gap from the second one. Now the third one will have another longer gap. Ta, ti, ge, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum, ta, tum. All first three lines, 3, 4, and ta, di da di get da dum da dum da dum da dum. Di da di get da dum da dum da dum da dum. Da di get da dum da dum da dum da da. So we've ended on ta because that's the beginning of the next part of the corvoy. But there's a couple of things that I want to say before that. So firstly, you will start to notice that more and more as we go on, the material that I'm writing, the material that I'm transcribing, I'm not always transcribing it in 4/4. It's being written in its component parts, and you know, that is how that's how it's understood idiomatically. You know, within the tradition, it's not really thought of. I mean, obviously it is in the time cycle it's in. You're doing quarter notes through it. You can clap quarter notes and you can understand it within the time cycle. But the compositional thinking behind it is not that. It's the phrases, you know, like we were even in a micro sense when we had 332 or 9995. Although they just add up to one bar, as soon as you start to split that over a couple of bars and you divide it up in different ways, then, you know, it stops being about the bar lines and becomes about how you're arranging all of the units. And so it's almost like you've got little rhythmic units and they've cut them out and they put them together. And I think it's much easier for Westerners to understand this type of rhythmic composition if you think about it in the component parts and you don't think about it being transcribed in 4/4. Now the irony is that because we're used to reading in 4/4 or the time signature that we're in, sometimes it's easier to be able to read something, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to understand it any better, because it really, the key to it is to think of it in all of the component parts. And when you look at the explanation of this, for example, like we've started with da di da di da dum da dum da dum, and then it's changed di da di da dum da dum da dum, and then da di da dum da dum da dum, you realise actually they're all individual sort of rhythmic thoughts, if you like. Now, just to go on and explain one thing further than that, that it's never random particularly with the South Indian rhythm. You know, it's very much in a shape. So it's not like you'd have, for example, 3, 4, 6. You know, you'd always have 3, 4, 5, or 3, 5, 7. You know, or 5, 7, 9. Not 5, 7, 8. It would never happen. Everything's very proportional. And if you look at these phrases, the way that they expand is proportional to each line. So each line is, the changes are proportional. So if you've done certain amount of changes between line 1 and line 2, you can't then do different changes when you switch it to line 3. It's got to be proportional. It's got to be, you know, it's just got to flow perfectly downhill. And so that's a big consideration with a lot of their compositional work. So the whole of the first half, 3, 4, and ta di ta di get a tum ta tum ta tum ta tum di ta di get a tum ta tum ta tum ta tum ta di get a tum ta tum ta tum ta ta di ke na tum 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 ta. So that's the second half, and this is really important in South Indian rhythm. This idea, first of all, of having these structures where the first part is based on the themes that have been integrated into the rhythm, and the second part is the manipulation of ta di ke na tum. So this really makes up the module of what is a South Indian corvoy composition. And later on, I'm just going to show you another couple of versions of this very same corvoy with different resolutions and different endings, so you can kind of see actually that it's not fixed. It doesn't always have to be you know, this structure. I mean, it would if you played this once. you'd have to play the same thing 3 times. You couldn't play like a different version of it. You could embellish it. You could add, you could make phrases denser. You could do different things with it, but you couldn't play a different, different configuration of it. Completely not relevant to it. So what we see here is the words ta, di, ge, na, tom. First of all, each equaling 3, each equaling 2, and then you're down to each equaling 1. Ta, ti, ge, na, tom. 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 Ta, ti, ge, na, tom, ta. So this is the basic composition. So I'll do the whole thing with the Arditala clapping cycle. We're in 8 beats, as we know. 7, 8, and ta, di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom. Di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom. Ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, ta, di, ge, ta, tom, ta, di, ge, ta, tom, ta, ti, ge, na, tom, ta, ti, ge, na, tom, ta, ti, ge, na, tom, ta. So you can see how we've gone from downbeat to downbeat over a few time cycles. Now the changes that you could make would be, for example, ta, ti, ge, na, tom. You could change ta, ti, ta, ge, ta, tom, or ge, ta, ge, ta, ge, ta, tom. You could do things like that. Even in the beginning, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta. You could do ta, ti, ge, ta, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta. But if you've done it to one, you've got to do it to them all. Or it can be a progression. Ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom. Ti, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom. Ge, ta, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom. So you see that there's a progression. It's gone up between the levels, but you couldn't do ta, ti, ta, ti, ta, ge, ta, tom, ti, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, and then di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, and then ge, ta, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, because it's wonky. It's all the wrong way round. So these basic considerations to the design of their rhythm work is vitally important. Now, the phrases that are introduced into the time cycle, and you'll see this when you get to the play along. It's fairly self-explanatory, so I don't need to go through every single line to explain it to you, but obviously the phrases that will be introduced will be ta-tom, 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 and then ta-tom, 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 and then ta-tom, ta-tom, ta-tom. So they're phrases that will be introduced, and then I introduce ta, ti, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, and then di, ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, and then ta, ti, ge, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, ta, and then the korepu is again just the ta, tom, ta, tom, ta, tom, 3 phrases. So it's pretty self-explanatory when you look at the play along notation later on. So this is a really great corvoy, and it's worth really spending a bit of time to get this down, because it solves a lot of problems with being able to clap and speak. You see, everything's off the beat there, so it's a pretty cool exercise, even just with the phonetics. So remember, practice with clapping and phonetics, practice playing and speaking, and practice just playing. So they're the three things. So we're going to get on to the play along in a little while, but before we do that, I mean, skip along to that now, if you want, and then come back to this point. But I just want to explain the same corvoy in a couple of different renditions, so you can see what can be changed and how it can be changed. I mean, I know dozens of versions of this particular corvoy, so I'm just going to show you a couple here. So the first example is also in Arditala in 8 beats, but it's a little bit more involved. So in the second half, I mean, the first half is the same. The second half, we start to use ta, ti, ge, na, tom in a slightly different way. So in the original one that we've shown, the syllables start with each ta, ti, ge, na, tom equaling 3, then 2, and then 1. So with this version, we start with each syllable equaling 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, and then 1. So it's a kind of a different, it's a different feel altogether, and a little bit more of a technical challenge. So I'm not going to demonstrate this in terms of it being a play along necessarily. This is just really to demonstrate what's possible and different possibilities with it. So I'll do it a little bit faster. 7, 8, and da di da di get da dum da dum da dum da dum di da di get da dum da dum da dum da dum da di get da dum da dum dum da dum dum da da di get da dum da di get da dum da di get da dum get da di get da dum 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 da da di get da dum da di get da dum da di get da dum da da di get da dum 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 da. So with just a few little changes there, in the sevens, for example, at the end, you've 7 7 7, but you could have 7, and then over the space of those two sevens, you have 3 sevens as faster triplets. So it's another way of just adding a little bit of spice to it. But you see, ta, ah, di, get, that's 5s. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 da di again, and you see how that works. I'll just do the whole thing once more so you can hear it. 7, 8, and da di da di get da dum da dum da dum da dum di da di get da dum da dum da dum da dum da di get da dum da dum dum da dum dum da di get na dum da di get da 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 dum da, just with the straight sevens. So the next is to look at it in a different time cycle. So I'm going to just look at it one more version of it, and this is in Misrajapu, which is 7. So this is a pretty easy conversion actually. It's pretty much the whole structure of the piece is the same, except at the end, instead of having tatikena tum tatikena tum tatikena tum, it's tatiketa tum tatiketa tum tatiketa tum ta. That's it. It's that easy to convert it into Misrajapu. So that will sound like this. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 1 2 4 5 6 7. Ta di ta di get da dum da dum da dum da dum. Di ta di get da dum da dum da dum da dum. Ta di get da dum da dum 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 da di get da 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 dum da. 4 5 6. So you see it's pretty straightforward. Of course, there's a challenge. You've got to do the different time cycle, and you can learn these chord voices in all lots of different time cycles. So, just to give you a glimpse of how all these building blocks, it's not like you're learning one isolated thing and then that's all it's good for. It's like you're learning these things and they've got multiple applications. So it's a really exciting thing. There's a lot more stuff in my book on Hudson music. There's loads and loads of examples that you can play along to and different stuff. Not long play-alongs like this, but grooves and a lot of explanation, history of the instrument, and all of that stuff. So do have a peep at that. Check out my Bandcamp page, and most importantly, do like and subscribe here and share as much as you can if you like it. 3, 4, and Three, four, and ta dim, na ta ta dim, na get it dim, na ta tum ta dim, na ta ta dim, na get it dim, na ta tum ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ta dim ta tum ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ta dim ta tum ta dim. Na ta ta dim, na dim takito ta tum ta dim, na ta ta dim, na dim takito ta tum ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ta ti kito ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ta ti kito ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ti kito ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ti kito ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ta ti kito ta dim, na ta ta dim, na ta ti kito ta dim, na ta dim, na ta dim, dim takito takito ti tatikita ti tatikita tatikita Welcome back. Today we're going to be looking at quintuplets, Khandagati as it's known in South India. For me, absolutely one of the most underused grooves in all of world percussion. I think it's just such an incredible groove, and when you hear it played by South Indian masters, it's just it's a really fantastic groove. So I mean, I've put some variations of the groove as it's played idiomatically in this play along with an ending, and really it's just a taster, because as with the other grooves, you know, they're improvised on a lot. They're you know, they're coloured and changed, and it's always moving and flowing. So this is just a little taster of Kanjira. So the first step really is just to get a feel of the time flow, because it's very important to you know, kind of get that feel, that quintuplet sort of feel. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1. It's that flow that's got that it's a little bit like a shuffle, but it's just feels a lot more elegant to me when it's played really well. So let's just get that flow going at a slower tempo, and you know, and then we can start to look at some of the examples. This is the type of play along, honestly, that, you know, you're probably going to need to spend quite a bit of time with each line, because each line has got its own sort of lilt and feel to it, and it's although I've done it as a play along, you know, it's the sort of thing that you know, you can just spend time with each individual component part. And I'm not doing this in the same way that we've done the other ones, with introducing a theme, and you know, this is really just about, really mainly about the groove, although I do a little conclusion, a rhythmic conclusion at the end of it in quintuplets. So just to get that feel, with whatever fingering you want, actually. So 1 3 3 1 3. Or tatikinatum, as we've learnt. Or tum, tum, takita, tum, takita. For me, tum, takita, tum, takita gives it, you know, that kind of identifies a little bit more where it feels in terms of the way South Indians play it. Tum, takita, so tum, 3, so tum, 3, 3. Tum 3 3 1 3, tum 3 3 1, tum takita, tum takita, tum takita, tum takita. And just get comfortable with that. And then start to change it around. So if you think of that as 2 plus 3, then do 3 plus 2. Takita dum, takita dum, and then put those together. Dum, takita, takita dum, dum, takita, takita dum, dum, takita, takita dum, dum, takita. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 1 2. Just get that feeling of that 5, you know, in the same way that we would have done when we first ever learnt triplets, and that would have felt alien to us. So just get that feel. 1 takita dum, takita 1 takita 2 takita 3 takita 4 takita 1 takita 2 takita 3 takita 4 takita 1. You notice that when I do the play along, that's how I do the counting, because it gives the feel. 1 takita 2 takita 3 takita 4 takita 1 takita 2 takita 1 takita 2 takita 1 takita 2 takita 3 takita 4 takita. So now we've got the feel of it, spend some time with that, get a set of metronome up at a fairly, you know, sort of reasonable slow tempo, and just kind of get that lilted 5 feel from side to side. It doesn't have to be fast. It's not a, you know, a super fast virtuosic thing always. I mean, it can be, but for me, this is really a feel thing, and I think the quintuplets is my favourite sort of favourite groove in South Indian rhythm. So let's get on to the examples. I'm going to go through line by line. Let's look at the first line. 1 takita, 2 takita, 3 takita, 4 takita. This is how, if a South Indian percussionist was going to play quintuplets, this is how they'd introduce it, with that, you know, that feel. Dum da dum dum da da dum dum takita takita dum dum da da dum dum takita dum da dum dum da da dum dum takita takita dum dum da da dum dum takita dum da dum. So it's really that kind of that's you know, steering the car in terms of that setting the groove. If you haven't got a car, try it with a bike, and it works just fine. So the second line: 1 takita, 2 takita, 3 takita, 4 takita. So we can see all of the takita, takita dum, takita dum, takita is the fingering that we've looked at before. So let's move on to the third line. 1 takita, 2 takita, 3 takita, 4 takita. So he's really got that great feel, especially when, you know, there's gaps and they're leaving the on beats silent and stuff like that. It's a very cool thing. Let's move on to the next line, fourth line. 1 takita, 2 takita, 3 takita, 4 takita. And now the fifth line: 1 takita, 2 takita, 3 takita, 4 takita. So I'm going to recite the next line because it's going to need clapping time cycle through it. Now the key of this now is this is where we're working towards a resolution. So we've got the fives going through 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 taka takita taka takita taka takita taka tak 1 2 3 4 5. So now we're going to put fours through that. So we'll have 5 groups of 4 instead of 4 groups of 5. Taka takita taka tak taka takita taka taki taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka dim taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka mi taka taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi taka dimi. So this is the core to the next line. So we see we're starting to move away from the actual groove a little bit. We're keeping the 5 foundation, but we're moving away from it. And one of the great marvels for me with a lot of Indian percussion, I mean particularly South Indian, I mean North India as well, but South Indian, is how they even in, you know, quintuplets or septuplets or whatever, they'll still be syncopating and going like literally miles away from where the groove is. It's pretty amazing. So using this idea of 4-4-4-4-4, instead of it being just 4-4-4-4-4, we're going to have the phrase that we introduced before, ta-ta-dim. So here's the 5. Taka-takita, 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 taka-tak, taka-dimi, 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 taka-tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, taka-dina, tum-ta-dim, 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 ta-ta-dim, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, taka-dina. It's a little bit slower. Taka-takita, 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 tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, taka-dina, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, taka-dina, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, taka-dina, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, tum-ta-dim, ta-ta-dim, taka-dina. So this is the next line, and then we make a little T-high out of that, which leads into the final composition. So 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 tum ta tim ta ta tim tum ta tim ta ta tim takatina tum ta tim takatina tom takatina tom takatina tum ta tim takatina tom takatina tom takatina tum ta tim takatina tom takatina tom takatina ta. So that's the T high. Moving into the final arrangement, this will all become much clearer when you are working through the chart yourself. So technically, that would be it'd be fairly easy to play with our syllables. The difficulty is playing it against the quarter notes. But the notes that are played, tum ta dim, ta ta dim, ta ta dim, ta ta dim, taka-dina. So this is the whole pattern. And again, technically not difficult, no double fingerings or any confusion with what you play. It's just, getting it in time with the metronome, as I mentioned before. Tum ta dim, taka-dina tum, taka-dina tum, taka-dina tum ta dim, taka-dina tum, taka-dina tum, taka-dina tum ta dim, taka-dina tum, taka-dina tum, taka-dina tum. So then we have the final corvoy composition. This can be a little bit challenging, to be honest, but technically there's nothing difficult to play in it. But pinning it down against the quarter notes might take might be a little bit tricky, or take a little bit of time. So the syllables, very easy. Ta ti ta ga ta ti kita tum ti ta ga ta ti kita tum ta ta ti kita tum ta ti kita tum ta ti kita tum ta. Easy. Ta ti ta 3. Ta ti kinatum. Ti ta 3. Tatikinatum. Ta 3. Tatikinatum. 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 Finito. Ta ti ta. Tatikitatum. Ti ta. Tatikitatum. Ta. Tatikitatum. 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 Ta. Ti ta a. Ta ti kitatum. Ti ta a. Tatikitatum. Ta a. Tatikita, tatikitatum, tatikitatum, ta. It's very straightforward. Ta, ti, ta, tatikitatum, ti, ta, tatikitatum, ta, tatikitatum, 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 ta. It's tatikitatum, always the same. 3, 3, tum. 3, 1, 3, 3, tum. So then the point of it becomes pinning it against the quarter notes. Take it to 2, take it to 3, take it to 4, take it to ta, ti, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ti, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ti, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ti, ta, ga, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ta, ti, ki, ta, tum, ta, ti, ta, ga, ta, tum, ki, ta, ki, ta, ki, ta, tum, ta. So spend a bit of time, working out where the claps fall against the syllables, and it makes it a lot easier. And it also highlights how important it is to count the gaps, because da ga for the gaps, sometimes that's where the clap comes. Da di da ga da di gi da dum di da ga da di gi da dum da da di gi da dum da di gi da dum da di gi da dum da. So you see it's coming da di da ga in the first gap of the gap of 3. Da di da ga da di gi da dum di da ga, and the second one is the same. Da di da ga da di gi da dum di da ga da di gi da dum da ga da di gi da dum da di gi da dum da di da ga da di gi da dum di da ga da di gi da dum da di gi da dum, and obviously once you're there, da di gi da dum's on the beat. So I hope you enjoyed this this quintuplet thing. It's one of my favourite grooves in all world percussion, to be honest. It's a absolutely brilliant groove and really does deserve a lot more exposure and a lot more people you know, taking time to expose that rhythm musically. So thanks for watching this course. This is the end of the play-alongs now. This is the last one. It's a little bit more challenging. Take your time with it, and you know, these ones are really important to do the phonetics and the clapping, you know. And so what we can see from all of these play-alongs and all the material we've been looking at is how interchangeable it is, how we can take one thing from here and we can put it there, and one thing from here and then we can shift it around with that. And it's very modular, it's very logical, it's brilliantly mathematical, poetic and graceful, and a beautiful rhythm to learn. And whether you're going to learn Kanjira classically or not, you know, it's still a very it's a great set of rhythm skills to take into all of the music that you can play and that you will play in the future. So it's a great inspiration. It was a great inspiration to me. Gave me such amazing direction during my career, both technically, the way the drums are played, and intellectually, and the whole thing, the spirit of the whole thing is just absolutely outstanding, completely amazing. So yeah, spend some time getting into it. Play-alongs to follow. Do like and subscribe. You know, maybe I'll add some more lessons if enough of you do that. We shall see. And in the meantime, play-alongs are coming. The first one with me playing the Kanjira. The second one with the syllables and the shaker. So you know the score. One, tuck it to two, tuck it to three, tuck it to four, tuck it to two, tuck it to tuck it to tuck it to tuck it to dim dim tuck, tuck it dim tuck it to dim tuck dim dim tuck, tuck it dim tuck it to tuck it to dim dim tuck, tuck it dim tuck it to dim tuck dim dim tuck, tuck it to dim dim tuck it to tuck it to dim tuck, ka-dum dum ka-da, tuck it to dim tuck dim dim tuck, tuck it to dim dim tuck it to tuck it to dim tuck, dum dum ka-da, tuck it to dim tuck dim dim tuck. Tuck it to dinner, tuck it to dinner, dim, tucking, 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 dim, tuck it to dim, tucking, dim, tuck it to dinner, tuck it to dinner, dim, tucking, 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 dim, tuck it to dim, tucking, 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 tuck it to dim, tucking, tucking, dim, tuck it to dim, tucking, 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 tuck it to dim, tucking, tucking, tuck it to dim, tucking, tucking, dim, tucking, tucking, dim, tucking, tucking, ka-dum dum ka-dum. 1, tuck it to 2, tuck it to 3, tuck it to 4, tuck it to dim ta dim dim ta. Ta dim dim, tuck it to dim dim ta. Ta dim dim, tuck it to dim dim ta. Ta dim dim, tuck it to dim dim ta. Ta dim dim, tuck it to dim dim ta. Tuck it to dim dim, tuck it to dim ta ta. Ka dum dum ka ta, tuck it to dim ta. Tuck it to dim dim, tuck it to dim ta ta. Dum dum ka ta, tuck it to dim ta. Tuck it to dim ta dim ta dim ta dim dim, tuck it to dim ta dim ta. Tuck it to dim dim ta dim dim, tuck it to dim ta dim tuck it to dim dim, tuck it to dim tuck it to dim tuck it to dum dim ta dim dim ta dim ta dim dim ta dim ta dim ta ka dum ka dum ta dim dim ta dim ta dim dim ta dim ta dim ta ka dum ka dum ta dum ta dum ta dum ta ka dim ta dum ta dum ta dum ta dum ta ka dim ta dum ta dum ta dum ta ka dim ta dum ta dum ta ka dim ta dim ta ka dim ta dum ta dim ta ka dim ta dum ta dim ta ka dim ta tik dog ta tik ta dum tik dog ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik dog ta tik ta dum tik dog ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik dog ta tik ta dum tik dog ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta tik ta dum ta ka dim ta ka dim ta dum ta dum ta dum